Hey everybody, getting ready to start another stream here. More pixel art for Pyrotoad, doing level art. This time a haunted forest is the theme, so that should be a lot of fun. Hang out for a minute while I post the link around and I will be right there. Alright, I am back. Hey, Cosmo's here. How you doing, Cosmo? Welcome in. Alright. Need those open. Don't need this open. Don't save. Alright. Yeah, so the plan today is to take this prototype placeholder art and turn it into a haunted forest. And I've got a few ideas. And we've got some things we can use from before. Doing well, just relaxing after cooking. That's awesome. What did you make? Anything cool? Anything good? I just made some food myself, but I had leftovers and a sandwich and a piece of candy. Hey Kixie, how you doing? Welcome in. Gonna be doing more pixel art for Pyrotoad here. Very excited. We're gonna make a haunted forest. Let me sip on some water here. It was just a hamburger. Hey, hamburger is good. Nothing wrong with the hamburger. I get into hamburgers sometimes. Good to see you. Hope you're well. I hope you're well too. I am doing great. And good to see you as well. Then made sloppy joes. Oh, right on. Hamburgers. Oh, hamburger, and then you made the sloppy joes with the hamburger. That's good. Yeah, sloppy joes, man. That's some good stuff. I used to eat a lot of sloppy joes back in the day. It's like an easy, you know, like quick and easy meal, right? But yeah, I used to really get into burgers. I used to make stuffed burgers. I would like chop up every vegetable I could find in the little itty bitty pieces, and then just like put it in there with like some breadcrumbs, and like it was basically like meatballs except in the shape of burgers. Yup, I don't cook often, but I was lazy, so nothing fancy. Hey, sloppy joes are pretty fancy in my book. I mean, could just be ground beef by itself, right? Or I don't know. So sometimes what I do when I'm lazy is I'll just I'll cook up some beef or ground turkey or whatever I got, and throw in some pasta sauce and cook some noodles and call it a meal, you know? Got the bricks going. Do we got it? Do we got it? I gotta remember to refresh. Mix it up. Let's try that again, Kixie. I'm so sorry. Although it won't let you do it again, will it? I'm so bad about that. But you doing that reminds me. Yeah, the currently cooldown. You know what I can do? I can go in to mix it up and force it. If I remember how. How does one do this? In commands. Yeah, there it is. Gotta force it. Well, at least it's working. We know it's working now. Sorry about that, Kixie. Yeah, the other day someone did a command and like same thing happened to them. I felt bad, you know. Ta-da! Nice. Yeah, Kixie, I added a few more redeems since you were last here. We got what do we got? I gotta look to remember. We got Meatwad, we got Star Fox. I think there was one more. Oh, thanks for checking in. Appreciate that. And we got Mega High and Hack the Planet and Idiocracy. I'm not sure if you saw those ones. So yeah, there's more redeems. Thanks for checking in, Shadowcat. Cosmo. Sometimes I call you both. Shadowcat, Cosmo. Which do you prefer? Or is both fine?
Who told you you can eat my cookies?
Yes. I don't know if you saw that one. That was Jingle All the Way. Either is fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, because sometimes I just like... They're both the same to me. But I don't want people to get confused thinking I'm talking to two different people. Or whatever, but... Whatever. But yeah, I was a big Schwarzenegger fan back when I was a kid. Actually, my dad was a big Schwarzenegger fan, and it kind of rubbed off on me, right? Because, you know, Terminator 2. Yeah, your cookies. Who told you could eat my cookies? Oh, man. Yeah, you know, he's such a great actor, you know. It's funny because, like, my dad was really into him, and he had, like, a Laserdisc collection. So he had Conan, the first Conan movie, and he barely says anything in there because the directors were like, don't talk. Don't talk. Just look good. No, those cookies are yours. Awesome. I like the knife. I don't know if that's a Pokemon or what, but it's a cute animal with a knife with the angry face, and that's funny. I like that. But yeah, I'm excited to get back to pixel art here. I was doing this client work just like one after another, and then I finally finished it at like 6 in the morning, and then afterwards I was like, well, I can't just go to bed. I want to play video games. So I play video games. Jolteon with a knife, pokey taser. I think I like Arnold impressions more than Arnold himself. Well, you live in California, so you had to deal with him as a governor, so. But I didn't have to deal with him. But also his like new stuff, like the stuff that he's doing now, just isn't appealing to me. Like I tried watching that Fubar on Netflix, and it just isn't good. You know, I really liked True Lies. I think that was like 95 or something that came out, and True Lies was like a cool premise and cool acting, and just is like, you know, action movie, but like interesting, and it's one of those movies where the plot just like thickens, and you think it's over, but it just keeps going. I like that one, but Fubar was kind of the same premise. He's like working for the NSA or something like that, instead of the FBI or whatever it was in True Lies, and it's like the same kind of thing. He's a spy, you know, he's an international spy, and it just wasn't good. Just wasn't worth watching. But True Lies is worth rewatching. I thought that was great, and his one-liners were always good. But yeah, in the 80s, his stuff was the best. You know, what was it? Commando was one of my favorites. The Terminator movies, of course. Yeah. Get to the chopper. Yeah, Predator. Oh my gosh, I love Predator. Yeah, that one's in here, in the Redeem. May as well go back to the first two Terminator movies. Yeah, the first two Terminator movies were great. The third one was not so good. The fourth one was interesting, but I don't know. I think I liked it more than the third, but it didn't hold a candle to the second or even the first. The first one had that awesome claymation, or stop motion, I guess it wasn't clay. The first one had a fantastic soundtrack because it's so 80s and like almost like low budget 80s, but like I think that's like the shit. That whole like sequencer bass, like like, yes, that's what I want to hear. We should do more of that. Like, what happened to the world where we stopped using that sequencer? It was like a 303 or something like that. But yeah, so finally starting here. Let's make a new layer. We'll name the old layer ref. Oops, if I can do anything right. But yeah, I was playing this game, Redemption, that Infinite Metal recommended, and it's a freaking badass game. I downloaded it too. I might play it later after we do some art. But it's a little violent. You can decapitate people and stuff. It's kind of like, I don't know, gritty, right? But is interesting. I hope Kixie wasn't bonking me, or I'll have to go play OSU. Yeah, I've been lurking on your OSU streams a little bit. I was doing so much work with that client stuff. I didn't really have a chance to chat. So sometimes it's hard for me to like pop in and say like, "Hey, I'm here, but I'm lurking." Like it's easier to just be like, throw it on and put you on a screen. But Infinite has a lot of good game recommendations. Absolutely, absolutely. He's a cool guy. The more I get to know him, the more I like him. I kind of go crazy in that Cursed Rhythm game. that is a crazy game. Kixie, I don't know if you've ever heard of this game, but Cosmo's been playing it with like a stylus, right? Like that you would use for drawing. But yeah, it's intense to watch. It's hard to describe, but it's intense to watch for sure. It's got to be difficult to do that in like chat at the same time also. So I'm gonna be stealing some of the trees and maybe something with the moon. I don't know. I want to do a different moon, but a similar moon. And I was thinking of the dirt. The dirt might be a good place to start. Oop, that's not the right one. Gotta get that grid up before I start making mistakes. Tablet and keyboard. Okay, so you got one hand making the drawing movements and then the other hand using the keyboard. Yeah, that's impressive to me. That's really difficult. Stealing the trees is a war crime if you don't replant. Oh, well, I'm copy pasting, right? Oh, and I did make a mistake already. Look at that. I'm copy pasting, so I'm actually duplicating trees. So it's kind of like planting trees without cutting down the first one, right? So yeah. Of course, they could be an invasive species. I mean, that does happen. Not usually with trees, but it can. Or like that Rush song with the trees. I can't remember what it's called. It's just called The Trees. Can't remember the lyrics. Something about the maples. There's trouble in the forest. The maples and the oaks. It's an interesting song. Okay, so no crimes committed currently. No crimes yet. Just yet. I mean, there might be some crimes later, but not yet. That rings a bell, but I'm not too sure on the song name. Yeah, honestly, I don't really know either. It's not my favorite Rush song, but it's definitely interesting. It's like a an allegory for like some political nonsense. Yeah, because like in the end of the song, it's like all the trees get cut down to size by the axe. By axe, hatchet, and saw, I think is the lyrics. I need to go back to my old library of classic rock. Yeah, you know, honestly, there is some classic rock that I'm just so sick of hearing from the radio, right? Because I worked a lot of jobs where they had classic rock just blaring all the time. And some of it's really good. Black Sabbath, I really love Rush. You know, there's quite a few that are really good, but there's also so much just like filler, like and like songs that are good, but they just overplayed it so much that it's like you don't even hear the same song anymore. You just hear like, I don't even know. It just doesn't sound good anymore. I got Boston and quite a few others. I never got huge into Boston, but they're like enjoyable, you know. I remember I had this health teacher that was like obsessed with Boston, and me and the other kids would always be like, smoking, smoking. Because that was the only song we knew, because we were potheads. So, but he's like, yeah, that's a dope song. You know, he didn't say it like that. I'm trying to remember other Boston songs. I really don't know that much Boston, to be honest. I always liked their art, though. The art was always like really appealing to me. Or like Yes is really good. Yes was used for the JoJo's, some of the JoJo's episodes, the earlier ones. Yeah, my dad is a huge Yes fan, so I always heard that growing. We had a Yes Laserdisc. I think it was called Years of Rock or something like that. Very trippy, progressive, classic rock. ELO was another one that was pretty progressive and trippy. Pinball Wizard from The Who, that's a great film. Also, The Who's got some really great stuff. I mean, I don't like all of The Who, but I like pretty much most of it, especially the early stuff with the old drummer. I can't remember his name. The one who died at a young age. He was I guess a party animal, but I'm trying to remember. It's been so long, I don't even remember the songs that I liked. The Kinks were also good from that. They're like early punk almost, or they're kind of punkish classic rock. But really, mostly they're known for that song Lola, which is a good song, but it doesn't really fit their vibe as much. It's weird how radio singles work like that. Have you listened to ELO? Yeah, no, I like ELO. I mentioned them just a second ago. Maybe it was I did it too quickly, but yeah, ELO is really good. Yeah, or maybe you mentioned it first. But yeah, ELO, I'm trying to remember, like, I know they're Electric Light Orchestra, but I'm trying to remember their songs. But I remember liking them, and they were on the Days of Confused soundtrack. I remember that much. That soundtrack was really dope, actually. I really liked that soundtrack. When I was a kid, I used to watch that movie all the time. We had a drinking game where we would make up different rules. And like anytime anyone did any drug or drank anything, that was one of the rules. And then it was for taking sips, right? Not shots, because then you just get way too drunk. And then anytime that kid touched his forehead, which he did in like every scene. God, no, I have to get my Spotify back on the 26th. And back to classics. You know, I've never paid for Spotify. I'm just not into that. I would rather listen to 2 songs and turn it off when the commercial comes on and switch to YouTube and then use an ad blocker for YouTube, because I'm not about to pay like $5 a month for another subscription service that I don't use it that much anyways. And like if I paid for it, I would use it more probably, but I don't need to use it anymore. Like, I don't know. People say like, oh, but it like, you know, tells you what to listen to and stuff. Like, I don't like that. I don't know if it's the DJ in me or what, but I don't like being told what to listen to. Like, very rarely I'll find something that YouTube says like, oh, you should listen to this. I'll be like, I'm glad it showed me that. But I feel like Spotify is like, they're just trying to make money. So they're gonna play the stuff that everyone likes because they think that you like what everyone else likes, and I don't like what everyone else likes. I really like my own thing. But there is some good music on Spotify. I mean, like, pretty much everything's on there these days, so it's not like I'm saying there's bad music on there. It's just like, I don't know. Sometimes it plays stuff that you don't want to hear, or I don't want to hear. And back to classics. Yeah. So, you know, some of the classics are really good, like I was saying. Like, man, my dad's record collection was so dope. I remember one of my best friends back in the day. He had a record player that he had like 2 decks that he was like he wanted to learn how to scratch. He was really inspired by the DJ from Slipknot, actually, which is funny. DJ Starscream was that guy's name before he was in Slipknot, and like he never actually went anywhere. My friend never actually went anywhere with DJing stuff, but his dad had some records, so we'd throw on Bob Marley and stuff, or like we would play Christmas music backwards or whatever, you know, just having fun. And then eventually he let me borrow them for like years, and that's when I started DJing. Was when my friend let me borrow his little Gemini decks, which weren't terrible, but they were like starter decks for sure. And yeah, in my dad's record collection, you know, he had like Dark Side of the Moon, and he had was it Blue Oyster Cult, and I don't know, he had a lot of stuff. But I started collecting records around that same time too, and I still have a whole bunch of records. I need to buy a new record player. I think I'm gonna get a nice one. Like after this last client work and like looking at my bills and my finances and stuff, I think I can afford a nice record player. I mean, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna really enjoy using it. So like $1,200 seems like a lot of money, but I don't think it's gonna break like the plastic one. You know what I mean? And I'll be a lot more careful moving it, and hopefully I don't have to move like for a long time. So I don't know. I'm excited. I mean, I'm not with many paid things currently, except for Nitro Basic and a subscription for my royalty-free music license stuff. Pink Floyd still holds up well after all these years. I love Pink Floyd. Like, I know that they're pretty mainstream, like some of their stuff, but not all of it. I mean, like a lot of people will be like, "Oh, I'm sick of Pink Floyd." Like, and I feel that. The Wall is okay. The movie was great. The soundtrack is good, but you hear it so much that it's like, do I really need to hear another Brick in a Wall again and again? And if you listen to the radio at all, they play it like 4 or 5 times a day. But Metal is such a good album. And what other ones? Animals. Oh my god, Animals is probably my favorite. Adam Hart Mother, I found that at a disc replay, like where they sell used CDs and stuff. It's just so good. I was just blown away by like how weird Adam Hart Mother was. Also the Syd Barrett early stuff is really good too. Really good. And then after the band started like having issues, Gilmore's stuff is really good. His solo stuff is really good, but also I'm trying to remember the names of the albums. Like Momentary Lapse of Reason, so good. The 80s stuff was so good. Division Bell, oh my gosh, like really, really good stuff. And it gets overlooked because it's not another brick in the wall, you know what I mean? If I can hear it, it could probably throw a brick through the window. If I hear it, I could probably throw a brick. It won't be near a wall. Yeah. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's very all over the board. If you look at their whole discography of Pink Floyd, like, it's all over the place. But it's all good in its own way, and it's just some of it got overplayed, I think, a little bit, for my taste, you know. But yeah, I still go back and listen, and some of it's probably nostalgia because, like I said, my dad was a huge Pink Floyd fan, so he always had that stuff playing. Like I knew about metal before I knew about Another Brick in the Wall. Oh, there's a wild Began in chat. Better try to catch this thing. Hey, Big Lumpy, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Going to try to catch the Pokemon here. I never did buy any more Pokeballs. But yeah, we're just kind of chatting it up while I make a haunted forest. Actually, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I kind of like to alternate with the same kind of tile pattern because I like the way that it's divided up in the 4 sections. Maybe like maybe I'll do the same thing, but like a pad of grass. That might be interesting, like above. So like start this down there and then do like grass tiles here, right? And maybe, yeah, maybe use the same palette even so it's not like too weird. I don't know. I don't know if this will work, to be honest, because like it's so thick. Yeah, maybe I should. I got an idea. If I take this layer, if I move all of this up, and then take this and move it down, and then make some grass. Because if I'm using the same palette. This might actually work. I'll probably make some adjustments here. Yeah, I kind of like this. So that way there's some variety. Hey, I think I recognize you from Puke Chat. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah. I hang out on Fridays when he does the retro commercials. Depending on what I'm doing, sometimes I'll be working in the background and do a little bit of lurking. But I try to poke in and say hey at least, and you know, I love that, watching retro commercials, because that's something that I do. Like I'll just like every once in a while pull up YouTube and search like retro commercials, or archive.org actually is a good place for that too. Like, because people like upload their VHS tapes of like old shows and stuff like that, and they'll have the commercials on there. And I'm like, I don't fast forward through them. You know, it's funny because when I was like young, I would like leave the room for the commercials. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah. Fair. I usually catch the Friday night commercials every week, since that's something I do too, especially with Retro Network promo material. Yeah, retro stuff. Yeah, like those Duracell commercials are dope. I was actually watching Yo Noid commercials recently, because I was like, I remember that from when I was a kid, and it's like such a vague memory. It's like very California Raisins-esque when claymation was big in cartoons or in commercials. Yeah. Cosmos earlier said, if I have to, I'll pull up my Beatles playlist, but it doesn't have the well-known songs. Right on. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not like the world's biggest Beatles fan, but I've heard a whole lot that I like over the years, and a lot of my friends were like really big Beatles fans. And yeah, they've got some really great stuff. Yeah, a little bit mainstream. I kind of like the old stuff the most. It's weird, you know. When I was young, I really liked like the psychedelic era, and I still like that stuff, you know. But as I got older, I started to appreciate like the very early like poppy stuff. Can't buy me love, you know, like that stuff, you know. And I didn't get it when I first heard it, but now it's like I've grown accustomed to pop music, I think is the thing. When I was young, I hated pop music so much. I was like anti-pop, like the Primus album. And I was like really into alternative and metal and grunge, and I still like a lot of that stuff. But yeah, I'm actually far more into pop these days, which is strange. I don't know. For a long time, or for a little bit there, I blamed it on a concussion that I had. I had a really bad concussion in like 2019, and after that I was like, I kind of like pop music. So maybe it had something to do with it. Maybe it was I mean, the doctor said I could have brain damage from that concussion, so maybe that's what did it. But I don't want to discredit pop music for saying it took brain damage to appreciate it, but it could be the case. I don't know. No, I don't. If there was any brain damage, I don't think it was significant. Then again, that's what someone with brain damage would say, right? So I don't know. Yeah, I've had a lot of concussions in my life, to be honest. Concussions are not new to me, so maybe it's all built up, and all of a sudden, pop music sounded good. I don't know. I started to like really strange music around like freshman year in high school. Someone showed me Mr. Bungle, and I was like, okay, this is amazing. And it was funny though, because like it was on a tape in this girl's car, and she was like a senior and we were like freshmen, and she would like smoke us out and give us rides places and stuff, and she would put on this, and we would beg her, we'd be like, put on that tape that no one knows what it is, because her friend just gave her a mixtape, and it had what's that song, Goodbye Sober Day, and yeah, that song just changed my world. But after that, I started like looking for strange music, and I still really like strange music, but after a while I started to like realize that like there's like parts of pop that are pretty strange too, because pop has to be like kind of novel in its approach, right? But not too novel. So you really have to like listen to hear the novelty in it. But you can't really do that if you're like hung up on like the looks or the fashion or like the vocal effects or whatever's popular, right? Yeah, you almost have to like dig deeper in the songs to hear the novelty. Big Lumpy says, I'm more into chiptune than pop myself, but I can't deny that there are some bangers within pop genre. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely far more into chiptune than pop as well, actually. Funny thing, I remember it was an Anamanaguchi that got me into chiptune, and now they're much more pop adjacent than they were in 2000s and early 2010s. Yeah, honestly, Anamanaguchi was like, I was kind of astounded when I first heard them. I can't remember which song it was. I want to say it was my skateboard will go on, or no, it was Another Winter. Really fucking just like drove them home for me. But then I like after that I started listening to more and more of their stuff, and yeah, there's definitely pop stuff in Anamanaguchi, and it's all very good. Actually, I posted something in Kixie's channel about Anamanaguchi just recently. They're so nostalgic. It's weird though, because it's new and it's like kind of future-ish, you know, it's got a lot of like newish vibes, like you were saying, the pop stuff, but so just drenched in nostalgia somehow. I don't know if it's the effects they use or just the whole variety of it. The Scott Pilgrim got you into it, and I think I listened to the Dawn Metropolis album, and that blew my mind away as a kid. I'm not sure which songs are on Dawn Metropolis. So for me, I was using I was listening to the Chiptune Radio stream that Krelez does on YouTube. And I've been listening to that for like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years now. It's funny because it's like the same 1,500 songs, and I'm not bored. I know every single one of them by now, and I'm not bored with it at all because it's like just enough to like keep me listening. It's better than classic radio or classic rock radio, which we were talking about earlier. But yeah, Scott Pilgrim OST definitely drove it home for me. That song Another Winter is just so freaking good. Like, the rest of the album's good too, don't get me wrong, but Another Winter is just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like amazing. Just an amazing track. Jetpack Hughes' Sunset Blues is on there. So is Blackout City, which is the opener. I'm not sure of all those. I might need to dig deeper, because like I said, I kind of rely on that radio, that chiptune radio on YouTube, and it doesn't have everything. You know, it just has like a lot of like great stuff, and then a lot of awesome artists, and like I'll have to like kind of dig deeper. I mean, not everything is great. It's got some Toby Fox on there, which I'm not really big into Toby Fox. Like, don't get me wrong, the first time I heard the Undertale soundtrack, I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. But he got so much recognition as a composer for that, and it's just like, oh, come on. Like, it's a lot of the songs are just like rip-offs, like with like, I'm not blatant rip-offs, but like there's some like stealing going on there. You know what I mean? Like whether it's sound fonts or just general vibes or what. But it's interesting and it's good, and I'll give him credit for that. But like a little overrated, I think, and then overplayed as well. Fear of Dark is, I'm really into Fear of Dark. So I really like Fusion also. It's something that I just kind of like slipped into. I think probably because of YouTube. Actually, I know I said earlier I don't like when platforms tell me what to listen to, but I got presented with some Fusion on YouTube, and I was like, holy cow, what is this? This is better than jazz and funk, and it's got some rock elements, and Fusion's dope. I really like Fusion. And Fear of Dark does a lot of Fusion stuff. Oh, where is this gonna go? Over here? Wait, what am I doing here? Did I grab the wrong piece? I think I need another piece from this level. I don't remember what I'm doing. I want this one. Does that one not exist? Oh, here we go. But yeah, I definitely recommend the Krelez channel. He's actually got 2 channels now because the one he was getting DMC complaints or whatever, and he got a copyright strike, so he didn't want to like lose the channel over the chiptune radio. So actually it could have been his vaporwave channel. He didn't clarify. So he took the vaporwave channel, the vaporwave radio, and the chiptune radio and put them on Krelez Relay as a separate channel, so that way if it gets taken down, all of his other channel doesn't get removed. Because on his main channel he's got all of these chiptune playlists, and they're all like phenomenal, and they've got the track listings and stuff, so like, you know, you can go find it on Bandcamp or whatever if you want to purchase it. I mean, it's a little bit weird because he doesn't own the rights to that music, and he probably didn't ask to put it on there, so like there's a little bit of a legal gray wishy-washiness there. But to me it's awesome because I get to find out new music, and if I really like it, then I can purchase it. Honestly, I don't purchase all that much music unless I know the artist myself. Yeah, I come mainly from Puke Site, Battle of the Bits, and it's not entirely Fusion, but there are quite a few Fusion artists on there, like Fear of Dark and Dammy Fortune. I didn't know Fear of Dark was on Battle of the Bits. That blows my mind. So Battle of the Bits to me was a huge mind blower because, like I said, I used that chiptune radio on YouTube, and during that period where he had to create that new channel because of the copyright strike, that's when I found Battle of the Bits, because I was like, well, I need to find more chiptune, so I did a bunch of searching, and I found the Battle of the Bits YouTube channel, and I subbed to it right away. And then the way that he's got it set up, so because he's got it automated, so a new track gets uploaded like every day, and they're not all new, but it's new to YouTube. So I realized that Battle of the Bits has this huge catalog once I went online, and there's a Pokemon in chat if anyone wants to try to catch that. But But yeah, it just blew me away completely how much was on there, and like the community and like the variety of styles. There's just so much cool stuff from that. You got a Trico level 5 for your starter. Nice. I don't know, but that sounds cool. Like a tree gecko, maybe. I don't know. Pretty cool. Battle of the Bits definitely helped me in a lot of ways, more than one. It's got more than chiptune and music as well. There's a huge major going on, and I just submitted a huge 55-second pixel animation to it, and it accidentally broke the site. That's awesome. Yeah, that's cool. You do pixel art too. Fantastic. Love me some pixel art and chiptune. Sound like my kind of folk over here, Big Lumpy, or Lumby, Big Lumby. Yeah, so once I found Battle of the Bits, and because I do homebrew, right, for Game Boy, and I was like, I'm still kind of very much interested in doing NES homebrew. All I've done is like a Hello World ROM, and it was following a tutorial, so I'm very much a layman when it comes to NES development, but in general, I'm professional enough where people pay me to make games, and I just, that as a hobbyist, like NES is really cool. So I really want to go that direction. Also, N64 development is like really cool looking too. But the Game Boy stuff is kind of like a stepping stone for me. I love it. Game Boy has a spot in my heart for sure, 100%. And I don't know if I'll ever stop doing Game Boy art, even if I learn how to do N64 stuff. But anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is that I have a podcast where I interview game devs. And once I found Guntner, and because I found Battle of the Bits first, and then I found Guntner, and I was like, holy shit, I need to talk to this guy. And that's when I met Puke, because I reached out to him and was like, hey, you seem really cool, can I interview you? And he's like, yeah. So I interviewed him for like 2 hours or something like that on my podcast. I can put up the command for my podcast here in case you want to check it out. Yeah, I'd love to check out the podcast. Cool, yeah. It's all over the board. It's not just homebrew devs, but recently I've been doing more homebrew interviews. I have like a list of game devs that I reach out to, or they reach out to me and then I reach out to them if I like their stuff, kind of thing. It wasn't always like that when I first started. It was very much like anyone who wants to be interviewed, like... so there's some weird ones on there, early stuff, but it's still good. I think the second episode, someone who started a podcast because I started my podcast wanted to interview me on their podcast, and I was like, well, that's cool. Can I use that on my podcast so that way I don't have to interview myself? And so the second episode is me being interviewed by another podcaster. But yeah. It's interesting how much has probably changed since that interview. But also, I'm still working on the same project that I was being interviewed for. I've been on a few podcasts since then, like other people's podcasts. And then, but yeah, Puke7, he's such a cool guy. Langle bookbinder. Yeah, I was just like super impressed with everything he'd done with Battle of the Bits as well as Guntner. Because Gunter is a really cool game. I played the demo and I put it on my Miu Mini. And actually, no, I think I played it on a PC emulator first. And I was like, no, I need to buy the full version and put this on my Miu Mini. Like right away. Like $10. Easy. Totally worth it. Heck yeah. Nice. I'll probably start lurking soon, but it's awesome to learn you do so much stuff. Definitely listen to some of the episodes soon, especially the puke episode. Yeah, I very much appreciate that, and I appreciate the lurk as well. No problem at all there. But yeah, don't feel bad either. If you want to chat, I'm always down to chat. I kind of work at whatever pace I want with this Pyrotoad stuff, because I'm working with a partner, Johnny Manjiro, and he's a really cool guy. He did Palooza Saga, which was a total mind blower for me. It's a Zelda, like a classic Zelda-like, but it's a roguelike. So it's got 255 different variations of the game within the cartridge, and yeah, it's super challenging, but like really good. And I was streaming it one day, and I had posted about it on Twitter, and he joined the stream, realized that I was doing some Game Boy stuff on my own. And he was actually looking to switch from NES development, which Palooza Saga was NES, to Game Boy Studio because of some issues he was having with NES Maker. Which is funny because Puke7 also mentioned that he had issues with NES Maker. He was a backer and didn't end up using it to make his project. And I totally get that, because when I first like looked at NES Maker, I was like, okay, I think I'm gonna buy this. But then, you know, me being like, I don't know, I'm not like broke or nothing, but I try to be as frugal as possible because I don't have all that much disposable income. So I tend to, you know, choose my purchases wisely, and so naturally I went to the tutorials first, and I realized that like it wasn't all that from what I was gathering. Like it seemed like the tutorials were kind of a headache to watch, and then also the engine was like a means to selling a game, and the game still wasn't coming out, kind of thing. And it's like, well, how do you sell an engine for a game that like isn't coming out yet? Like it just seemed like it was for people who really knew what they were doing, and maybe could do it better than the people who were making the engine, kind of like reaching out for help almost. And I'm not that guy. I mean, I would love to be that guy, but I am not good enough to figure it out on my own. I definitely need the hand holding of like when I first got into Unity, it was because there was such a community behind it, so many YouTube videos and stuff, and that very, very much helped me. And like, you know, like I do some modding today for money. I'll do mods for like people ask me to do mods for them, and it's same thing. It's like it's so difficult when there's no community. And with modding, it's like there's less community than there is with game dev, and it's all, you know, with game dev, some of it is like closed behind like discords and like conversations that you need to have with people, and you just need to like talk. And I'm really bad at that. Like I'm getting better at it with like the podcast and stuff, but it's taken some force for me to reach out to people and say like, hey, how do you do this? And I don't know. With the modding stuff, it's like there's just not like, it's very game specific. It's never like, this is the general way to do mods. With Unity, it's a little bit easier, but generally things are very game specific, even for that. But yeah, I studied 3D animation in college, and honestly, I really liked games and wanted to go to school for games, but that didn't seem like an option at the time, and maybe it was, but I didn't know about it. I didn't know there were schools for games. And like, while I was in college, I realized that there were schools for games, but like one of my friends was going to Full Sail for music, and Full Sail is like a really big game college too, and it was so expensive for him, and he failed out, and it was like really hard for him, and he had to like move to Florida and like have a dorm, and it was just like this huge expense, and he failed out. He didn't even get a degree from it, so he spent all of this money for nothing. And so I was kind of glad that I didn't go that route, because like I was worried, you know, like art is easy for me. Like, it was easy for me to go to school for art. Don't get me wrong, art school was still hard, but for me it was like, it was fun, you know what I mean? And yeah, it was still freaking hard. Like, I learned so much at art school, and had homework all the time. Every weekend I would sit there and just do homework. I had band practice, and I'd be doing homework during band practice. I actually got kicked out of a band because they were like, you're spending too much time doing school stuff. It's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm spending money to go to school. Like, I'm not making any money from this band. So like, I do what I can. I take the train. I would get, you know, get home at like 10 at night sometimes, and head straight to band practice and catch like the last 30 minutes of band practice, and they'd be like, where were you? I was at school. And yeah, it's like, you know, you do what you gotta do. You gotta, you know, do what's important to you and that kind of stuff. And I don't regret any of it. Like, it would have been cool to stay in the band and do band stuff and school stuff, but if I had to make the choice, it would have been school stuff, you know? I wasn't gonna fail my classes just because of a band. And the requirements were pretty steep for school. Don't they know all the cool punk bands have degrees? Only art school degrees though, not like not like accounting degrees or anything like that. Nah, I was in a progressive metal band at the time. And well, the drummer was like very indie influenced, which is cool, but he was kind of taking over the band. Like, you know, he like, I don't know how to describe it. Him and the guitarist, who also did some of the singing, were like getting really buddy, and like all of a sudden the drummer's influence was kind of taking over, even though he was like a new member of the band. So they restructured like completely based on the drummer's decisions. But that's cool. I think those two still jam together. I think maybe. So I mean, that's cool and all. And you know, I was honestly in like a bunch of different bands. I think the singer of the Descents, I think you mean Descendants, has a degree in biochemistry. Unless Descents is a band that I don't know about. I know Descent is a video game. But that's interesting. Biochemistry. No, you spelled it wrong. Okay, no problem. There is a Pokemon in chat. Yeah, I don't really know that much about the Descendants, actually. I couldn't even tell you one song. I could probably tell you I've heard it before, but I don't know it off the top of my head. I got really into like the 90s punk scene, like right before pop punk became popular. Or even the very early pop punk. What was it? Blink 182, right? Was one of the first pop punk bands. And doesn't the Offspring dude have a science PhD? That I don't know. Dexter Holland, I think his name is. I don't know. I got really into the Offspring too. The Offspring was yeah. Was Smash. I also really liked Americana when I was a kid too, but as I grew up, I was like, oh, Americana really isn't good. So Blink-182, they had, they played this jamboree in Chicago, well, Tinley Park rather. This Chicago radio station used to put on this festival called Jamboree, and it was awesome. The Chili Peppers were headlining with Blondie, and Silverchair was there, Orgy was there, Lit was there. I went to 2 different years. I'm trying to make sure. The first one, yeah, 311 was there. Or no, 311 was at the second year. There's just so many good bands at this jamboree, and Blink-182 was there, and I didn't really know about Blink-182 before that, but I really liked them when I saw them live, because they were playing mostly stuff from Damn It, or from, the fuck was the name of that album? Dude Ranch, and Enema of the State was just about to come out, and so they were playing some Enema of the State stuff, but only like the good stuff, right? And so I definitely picked up Enema of the State when it came out, like a couple weeks after the concert, and my brother picked up Dude Ranch. And so I got really into that, and then I picked up Cheshire Cat, and my buddy picked up Buddha, which were their first albums, and yeah, you could see the pop punk arc occurring in all of those albums, but it was more of novelty punk than it was pop punk. It was like a joke band kind of thing. They did a lot of jokes, and I was like really into the Bloodhound Gang at the time, right? One Fierce Beer Coaster and Hooray for Boobies. I thought that stuff was hilarious as a kid, because I was in like 8th grade, 7th grade, and so yeah. And my dad was really into Zappa, so like that was already starting to rub off on me. So it's like this whole like idea of rock music being funny was like cool to me. I like that. And yeah, right around that time, all of these other bands started kind of like saying like, oh, Blink-182 is making a lot of money, well, let's try doing that. And maybe not just that. I think it was like a cultural zeitgeist movement type thing, and yeah, it just got worse and worse. It was no longer punk, it was just kind of pop, alternative pop, I guess, more than punk. But I was also like really into NoFX, who also had that same excuse me, that same kind of novelty comedy stuff, and I think NoFX kind of felt like Blink-182 like stole their style a little bit. Because they did. I mean, It was, don't get me wrong, NoFX was more adult humor, where Blink-182 was more like potty humor and like kid humor, almost kid-friendly humor, we'll call it. But yeah, I feel like there should be rocks or something. Like, I like the dirt, but there's just too much dirt. I feel like rocks might be cool. I'm gonna make a new layer and just draw some rocks, I think. I don't know what palette to use though. But Blondie was really good live. That was interesting. That was the first concert that I went crowd surfing at. And that was also the first concert where I could like get away from my parents and like still have fun and not feel like I was like scared or lost or anything like that. But I also saw some like really dark stuff at that concert. Yeah, like really dark stuff that I don't even want to talk about, like, because it's that dark at this concert. And I was like 11 or 12 maybe, and it just kind of like made me realize that like people in crowds can be like really, really bad people. Yeah, just like appallingly bad people do exist. It still kind of gives me shivers thinking about it. But I lived, you know, and nothing bad happened to me personally. It was just like right in front of me, which to me was mind-blowing. Like, how could you do that in front of kids? But yeah, some people, they just don't care. Yeah. But I really liked going to concerts when I was a kid. I thought that was a lot of fun. I think the first concert I went to was an Everclear concert. I was really into Everclear for some reason. I had planned to go to a concert before that, but for some reason we weren't able to get tickets. After a few concerts, you decided they weren't for you? Yeah, it took me a long time to decide that I didn't really need to go to any more concerts. Crazy stuff, man. Yeah, totally crazy stuff at concerts. Yeah. It was weird, you know? I think my dad's second wife at the time, well, yeah, she went crowd surfing too, which was mind-blowing to me. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird thinking about that going back, but a lot of cool bands, a lot of cool music. It's kind of sad that live music has this like crowd mentality like poured onto it, like just attached to it. Like it's like a parasitic relationship where the crowd is just going to do what the crowd does, and in the name of music or whatever, or in the name of being in a crowd and getting away with it. And that was the same way in college too, when I started going to like hippie festivals and stuff. Like there was so many people that were just there for the drugs. Like they didn't even care about the music. They were just there to sell or to buy or to use, and it was mind-blowing and appalling, you know. That culture is very different from what I expected. But also there's some really great parts about that culture, you know, like the direction I took things was selling art, you know, like going to camp with my art and just showing people my art, you know. They'd be like, oh, I don't have any money. I'd be like, that's cool. Do you want to see some art? Because I'm just going around showing people my art, you know. And I did sell some art, but mostly I just went around showing people my art and got better at communicating with strangers and that type of stuff. And it was it was a positive experience for me, but I also saw a lot of negative experiences around me, you know. You really kind of have to like make the experience for yourself, and doesn't happen for everyone. Some people just go with the flow, and the flow will take them in any direction. I need to figure out what palette I'm using here. I could probably try to make a new palette. I gotta make sure that I use it more than for just rocks, maybe. I don't know. Let's get rid of that, and we'll just start with this palette. And then get rid of that. Alright, so we'll do this one again, and then I'll just copy those for now, and then we'll do like a grayish blue like that, I think. And that'll be like the light color. And then maybe like a purple? Oh, what happened there? I lost my purple. And then like a dark green, maybe? I don't know, I'm just kind of guessing here. Oh, there's an ad. I'm gonna take a little break during the ad, just to sip on some tea and stuff. Alright, we're back from the ad break. I got some water, drank some tea. Excuse me. But on concerts, the last concert I went to, I actually really like the last actual like concert, not like bar. Sometimes I'll see bands, like local bands at bars and stuff like that, and they're kind of like concerts, but they're not like real concerts. Like no tickets necessary for that stuff. Last time I got a concert ticket was to see Black Moth Super Rainbow. I want to say in 2014 or 2013. Well, I guess I went to some festivals after that. Maybe. I don't know. When I was selling art, I didn't really consider like those to be concerts, but they were totally concerts that I was selling art at. But yeah, Black Moth Super Rainbow was a really cool show. Oh, there's a wild wiglet in chat. I love Black Moth Super Rainbow. They're like, I don't know how you describe it. gothic dream pop or something like that. I'm gonna look it up because it's that weird. What genre is Black Moth's Super Rainbow? They are alternative indie, psychedelic electronic indie rock from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But there was one album that I got that had like set its own genre on a sticker on the record, and it was like gothic dream pop something. Like it was it was interesting. But yeah, they do like vocoded stuff, and like I was just like really surprised, like pleasantly surprised with the audience. Like everyone was really chill, and it was just like all walks of life. Like you had like, I don't know, like pretty normal looking people there, but you also had like goth people. You had like, there was no like ravers, but there was like maybe ex-ravers, that type of people, you know, like people you could tell they did some partying back in the day, but now they've chilled out kind of people. There was punk rockers there. There was metalheads there. It was just like this weird culmination of people. Like anyone was welcome, and anyone could have been there. Like no one was gonna judge you for how you looked there because everyone was just so different. It was a really cool experience. You know, actually, the last concert I went to was a Tool concert. Now that I think about it, because after their latest album came out, I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, I don't remember. After that one came out, I went and saw him again. But I decided that's the last time. It's the last time I'm gonna see Tool. Not that it was a bad show. It's just so expensive, and it's always at like some big arena. And like it just wasn't like that cool. I don't know. It was like when I saw him at Bonnaroo, that was really cool. When I saw him, even when I went with some friends and saw him at the Rosemont in Illinois, like that was cool. When I saw him at the Auditorium Theater in Chicago, that was really cool. But like this last one, it was like, okay, well, the light show hasn't changed very much. Like, I guess they added some colors to the lasers or whatever, because blue lasers are a thing now. And, like, they played a lot of the same songs, which is cool. Like, they're good songs. And they played the new songs that I liked, which was cool, because I like the new songs. But yeah, I don't know. I spent a lot of money on Tool concerts in my life. They're always like $200 a pop. Just not worth it, like in my opinion. Pure Inoculum. That's what the album was called. It was a good album. It wasn't amazing. I mean, I guess it kind of is. It's amazing to me that Danny Carey can make like 7/8 sound so good. But you know, Neil Peart was into that shit too. And the way Neil Peart did it, he would hide it. You wouldn't even know that it was 7/8. You would think that it was 4/4. I mean, Danny Carey is a fantastic drummer. He's amazing. And even Adam Jones is a great guitarist. I really like his style, the tones and stuff. And Maynard's a great singer. His personality is a little strange, but he's a great singer. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely not the Tool fan I used to be. And I think part of it is the people, right? Because you go to the shows. Oh, I want this one. Why did I grabbed the wrong one. You go to the shows and you meet the people and it's like, wow. So, and then like, if you go around telling people you're a Tool fan, they're gonna see like, they're gonna remember the last Tool fan they met and think like, oh, this person's probably like that person. And I'm not like those people, you know what I mean? For example, when the first time I saw Tool, this awesome band Tomahawk opened for Tool, and the fucking audience booed Tomahawk. Like, to the point where Maynard came out onto the stage and stopped them from booing them and said like, hey, I chose for this band to be here. You're gonna listen to them because I want you to. And then when Tool came out, he actually faced the wall for the whole show, except for the first song, which was a Ramones cover, which they'd never done ever before or after, which is really weird that they played a Ramones song, and then after that he just faced the wall for the rest of the concert. Tomahawk was amazing. In fact, that was my first experience with Tomahawk. I didn't know who they were at that point, but I'm a big fan now. So I think there's a bit of a disconnect between like the audience and the artists with Tool. And I don't know, it's weird to say like, I don't really like that band because of the crowd, but that's the way it's kind of becoming. I don't want to get lumped in with those assholes. People expect a certain type of person, and yeah, I mean, maybe that's on the person for having expectations when they shouldn't, but maybe it's also on the band for like not nipping that in the bud. I guess the band doesn't have control over it, you know. But Primus is another band that I've seen a whole bunch. I had a lot of fun with seeing Primus and all the different varieties of Primus type stuff. I wish that I would have seen Bucket of Bernie's Brains. Colonel Claypool's Bucket of Bernie's Brains. Wait, it's bad to like Tool music? No, it's not bad to like Tool music. It's just that if you go to their shows, some of the people that like Tool music aren't cool. I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know, there's like, it's weird to describe, but there's like, some people are like really pretentious or like just really narcissistic even. They think that they're better than everyone else because they like Tool. They're like elitists. There's a lot of elitists that listen to Tool, like they think that they're better because they like Tool. And that to me is just like ridiculous. I don't know. And don't get me wrong, if someone tells me that they like Tool, I don't hold that against them by any means. I like Tool, but it's not something that I like to go around telling people these days. Oh wait, that didn't turn out right at all. Did that wrong. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with liking Tool. I didn't mean it to come off that way at all. But if someone is like trying to tell me about themselves and the first thing they tell me is that they're a Tool fan, that might make me think, oh, that doesn't look good either. What is going on here? I'm screwing things up. Maybe this is the problem. What's going on here? That's what needs to happen. And honestly, I really had a good time for a long time going to Tool shows. But you do meet some weird people. There's nothing wrong with being weird. But you should never think that you're better than someone else because of your taste. I think that's ridiculous. Like for instance, I saw him at Lollapalooza one time, and they were like, Maynard was like, I'm surprised so many of you are here when the Yeah Yeah Yeahs are playing on the stage over there. And everyone like got really like, fuck the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, like, oh the fuck. And it's like, and Maynard was being like serious. He was being legit. He was expressing his fondness for the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. And the crowd just completely like took it the other way and was like, fuck that pop bullshit. Like, and don't get me wrong, the Yeah Yeah Yeahs aren't fantastic by any means, but they're not bad either. You know, they've got some cool songs and stuff. I couldn't tell you any off the top of my head, but I enjoy some of their stuff for sure. And yeah, I would rather see Tool than the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. But yeah, it's just interesting to see people like get so into something that they can't appreciate anything else because what they like is best. I don't know. People get very opinionated over Tool. And maybe it's just something that I noticed from being like so close to it. Oh, I wanted to do rocks. I never did the rocks. I made this palette. Never did the rock. Oh, I didn't. I wanted a green. Maybe a greenish blue. Oh, this was the green. I like that green. We'll use that one. Yeah, I don't know. I guess as I matured, I started to think about like that kind of stuff differently. Like, I don't judge people on their music. Like, don't get me wrong, I do judge people when it comes to like country pop stuff. It's like, but I also like, I give them the credit for just being able to enjoy what they enjoy, because that's cool. But also there's like probably a whole lot of people that just enjoy it because they think that they're supposed to, or that society kind of tells them to like it, kind of thing. And that's fine too. People are allowed to like music for different things. And part of it is the community of it. But also like that scares me because the country pop music community is kind of weird. I don't know. I'm pretty far removed from it, so maybe I don't really know. So this pink is, or purple is a little bit too not pink. It needs to be more like this. Yeah. And I'll probably clean this up, but I'm just trying to like get an idea of how this should look in my head. Contiguous, yeah. There is a wild Swana in chat. But But yeah, I had a lot of fun at Primus shows. I like Primus a lot because he does that like whole subvert your expectations thing. Or Let's Claypool rather. When you go to a Primus show, it's usually gonna be interesting, but also like you're gonna get what you expect. But if you go to like a Les Claypool show, it's going to be interesting, and you're going to hear things that you did not expect to hear, which is cool. I mean, unless you go to his shows all the time, in which case you might hear what you expect. But yeah. Yeah, I still don't like that pinkish color. It's just too saturated. It should be more of like a gray, I think. Maybe it's too light now. Also, this green is a little too saturated too. And this blue also. But now the pink is But yeah, living in Oklahoma now, it's like I kind of have to accept that everyone around me is listening to Nashville pop, country nonsense, regardless of how I feel about it. Like, and I can only judge people so much for that. Like, no matter how bad I think the music is, like, people are allowed to listen to whatever they want. I wonder what it would be like if I used this jumble tool. I kind of like it. Like, I'll clean it up, but... Yeah, just kind of making like little pock marks here in the stone. Make it look more rock-like. But yeah, I would really love to have seen Aphex Twin, but they don't really play in the States like ever. They never really did. So that would be really cool to see. Also, the Chemical Brothers would have been really cool to see, but now I'm like not really interested in going to a Chemical Brothers show. Not that I think it would be bad. I just feel like it might be like not what I want to do with my time. Like, I like their music a lot, but I think I would probably enjoy sitting at home more these days. Like, I'm sure it would be a party, but I don't really party anymore, so I don't know. I think my age is settling or sinking in. And it's weird, you know, because when I was like younger and did party a lot, there would always be people like my age or older that were like hanging out with the 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, and you know, and no one would really think like, oh, that's weird that they're trying to hang out. But I'm sure people their age thought it was weird. But people younger don't really think it's weird, because when you're younger, they're like, oh, I'm gonna be like that too. I'm just gonna always hang out and party. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, unless you take it too far and whatnot, which does happen. Yeah, and like the rave scene, there's people that they get called roly-polies, right? Where they just rolled too much throughout their lives. Their brains are kind of fried, and that's sad. It's sad to see that. Or even younger people, man. I remember one time this guy was selling rolls at Bonnaroo, and I was never into MDMA or any of that. Like, I tried it a couple times, but I never got into it. And this guy is like, oh, I've got Decepticons and Transformers, but watch out for the Decepticons, bro, because that's what did this to my lip. And I looked at his face, and a lot of his lip had been chewed off, just like completely chewed off, like. And it's just weird, you know. He was like using that as like a marketing tactic, like, oh, this ecstasy is so good that you might chew off your lip. Like, scary. Exactly. Yeah. Like, that happens to people where they get so into it that they don't think clearly anymore. Another time I was smoking weed with these people at summer camp, just passing the bowl around, and every time the bowl made it to this one dude, he would turn to his friend and ask him, is there any Deemsters in this? Deemsters is like DMT, right? Dextromethorphan. Or not dextromethorphan, dimethyltryptamine, sorry. And so dimethyltryptamine is like actually the most potent hallucinogen known to man. It actually gets produced in your brain, but it's also found in like North American strawberries, for example. Like it's in a lot of living things, but our bodies have like our digestive tract will like break it down so it doesn't affect us if we like eat strawberries or something. But after reading a book about this, I've never taken the drug, but I learned a lot about it. People think that it gets released into your bloodstream like naturally when you give childbirth, or when you are born, and when you die, which is weird. But like people say that they see like a bright light. A lot of people think that that's contributed to the DMT entering their bloodstream, or seeing angels and that type of stuff. Also, when you take DMT, it's a lot of times people experience entities that like reach out to them and try to help them, which is very strange stuff. But either way, this guy, every time the bowl came to him, is there Deemsters in this? And his buddy would be like, no, there's no Deemsters in this, it's just weed. And then the bowl would go around again. So, I mean, it's a pretty big circle, but it only took like maybe 10 minutes, and come back to him. is there any Deemsters in this? And you could tell that he had been jilted. And later on, after that dude left, his buddy, who he kept asking, like, kind of clarified. It's like, yeah, that dude, he's a good friend of mine, but he's mentally not capable anymore because of the amount of DMT that he smoked, and he's not allowed to smoke any DMT. So that's why he kept asking, to make sure that there wasn't any DMT in it. Because that was like all his brain could do at the moment, was like make sure that he wasn't making it any worse. And that's just like really sad, you know, really sad to see. I kind of like where this rock thing is going. I don't know how well it would tile, especially this one here. But if I took this and put it here, and then here, and then flipped it, that would help it tile. Same here. Oop. I don't know. We can move this around and see what it looks like. But yeah, drugs are some bad shit. Like, I still remember the first time someone that I knew died from an overdose. It just blew my mind. Because I was like 15, or no, I was 16 at the time. Yeah, I don't like the way this tiles. It's too linear. It looks like it's man-made. But then, yeah, throughout my life, many friends of mine have died from drug use, and just fucking mind-blowing, you know? My very best friend. That looks kind of cool like that. It looks a little bit too, like, I don't know, I could break up the pattern, you know? Like if I got rid of this and that and like use the same colors to draw in the rest of it. There's a wild magnemite in chat. But yeah, not just drugs, you know, alcohol too. I've watched alcohol destroy so many people's lives. It's kind of intense. like even my own parents, like watching alcohol, I mean, not destroy their lives, but change their lives for the worse. Both of them too. Like my dad was pretty heavy alcoholic, and my mom had issues with codependency. I would say she still does, but at this point she kind of requires it, so can't really blame her there. But yeah, you know, my dad just around the same time that I stopped drinking, like just after, he's like, "Oh, I stopped drinking." I was like, "Really? That's fucking fantastic, you know, good for you." And then like the next time we hung out, he was like ordering drinks. Like, "I thought you quit drinking." He's like, "Oh, I did." And it's like, "Well, you're still drinking." He's like, "Oh yeah, it didn't last for very long, but I did quit at one point." Well, good on you for trying, Dad. No, he's been better about it though. He quit quitting. There you go. Rehab is for quitters, right? Now I have one buddy who had a dare van. We always thought that was funny. Get stoned in the dare van. But yeah, I think, you know, watching my parents like normalize alcohol like that definitely affected me as a kid, because I started drinking really young, like regularly. I mean, yeah, I tried alcohol like way younger than I should have, and it was both of my parents let me try alcohol way before I should have, like on different occasions. But yeah, like, you know, by the time I was in high school, I would come home. I figured out the combination of my mom's liquor cabinet. She put a lock on it because I had gone to rehab. And I figured out the combination, so she wasn't checking the levels on it. So I would take like 6 shots after school and just like take a nap if I felt like it, or draw or listen to music or whatever. And it's probably not good to do that. And then yeah, at my dad's, they would check the levels, but they weren't doing it because of like, oh, we better make sure the kids aren't drinking. It was because they were mad that they'd have to buy more liquor and like sooner than usual. And that's why they started checking the level. But it was a handle, so as long as you took like only a couple shots, they still couldn't tell the difference, you know. Yeah. And of course my friends in high school, they're fucking crazy too. I had a couple friends who would slam an entire handle of Jack Daniels, as like we're talking a gallon of Jack Daniels in one chug, or one chugging. And this is like instant alcohol poisoning, right? It's a terrible idea, but they like prided themselves on it. Yeah, one of them he ended up breaking into a house and sleeping underneath their pool table. And he thought it was his own house, which is weird because he doesn't have a pool table. But yeah, alcohol can do some strange things to you. One of my friends pissed in my garage one time just because he was drunk. And I wasn't too upset about that. At least he made it to the garage. But the bathroom was right there. He passed the bathroom to pee in the garage. Maybe, I think someone was in the bathroom, maybe. But he could have just gone outside. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that would work out. You can't question the mentality. Yeah, that same dude, we were coming home from my other buddy who he used to throw parties at his place, and we were coming home from one of his parties, and he was driving, and he just didn't stop at a three-way stop, and we went straight into this, like, almost into a canal. But there was like trees there, and and they were big trees. We narrowly dodged two big trees and just went right between these two big trees. It was like to the point where we could both of us could barely open our car doors to get out because there was big trees on either side that would have just like probably killed us because we were going way too fast. And we hit like a bunch of brush and like smaller saplings that slowed us down. And yeah, it was crazy. And you know what we did? We got out and hid because we knew that cops chilled on that road, and we didn't want my friend to get a DUI. So we called up somebody that picked us up, and we hid in a ditch and got ticks all over us. We both spent the night picking off ticks. Yeah. Narrowly survived that. And he was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry." And like at the time, I was just like, "It's whatever, man. We lived, you know. Like, this is part of life." That was just the mentality that I had. Yeah, when I was 17, I was ejected out of a vehicle because of a drunk driver. I wasn't wearing my seatbelt. I should have been, but the circumstance is way worse than that. This kid, he was literally 15 years old and stole his mom's car to go out on prom night. And I was at my buddy's place who was throwing a party, and we were wasted because we weren't in high school anymore. We were old enough to drink. And so this 15-year-old that I'd never seen before in my life, he was a big kid, you know, looked like an adult, especially while I was drunk, says, "Hey, who wants to buy cigarettes for me?" And that should have been like a red flag right there that he couldn't buy cigarettes. And one of my buddies was like, "Yeah, I would, but I don't want to leave this party and just like go with you to the gas station." And he's like, "All right, well, anyone who wants to come with also gets a pack of cigarettes." And we were all like running out of cigarettes, and we were all heavy smokers at the time. And so we're like, "Well, okay." and we all went with him on this trip, and he made it all the way to the gas station and all the way back and crashed in the ditch outside of my friend's house and rolled his car in my friend's yard. Like completely rolled the car, like not just once, but like boom, boom, like into the backyard. And I got sucked out of the window when that first impact happened, and it just, as it rolled, it launched me behind the car, thankfully, instead of like rolling over me. And I landed on my scapula and cracked my scapula. The doctor said that was the hardest bone in the body to break. because even if you like hit it with like a whole bunch of force, it'll break your ribs first because of the way that the bone is set up and the way your joints are. That all that pressure would get pushed towards your ribs, and ribs are generally pretty easy to crack compared to a scapula. Scapula is a shoulder blade, and yeah. But because I was like still 17, I had a lot of cartilage in my rib cage apparently that had like some give to it, so it didn't crack my scapula. It just like, you know, or it didn't crack my rib cage, just cracked my scapula. But yeah, I had a really bad concussion. Everything was orange. It was so weird. And my friend's mom, who was an alcoholic, was there, and she was like super worried and super upset and like, and you know, like what the hell. But she came down to the basement and drank with us afterwards. Like, she's like, what are you doing drinking after that? I was like, well, I don't want to fall asleep. If I stop drinking, I'll fall asleep, and I've got this concussion, so I don't want to fall asleep. I was like justifying getting drunk after a car crash. Yeah, but my buddy whose house it was, he had already passed out. He didn't even know that happened until the morning. And then that dude who had stolen his mom's car, like, I don't know what happened to him. He must have gotten a ride home or something. But yeah, honestly, he's probably lucky that I didn't like try to sue or something like that. But my folks were super mad at me, so they weren't like trying to sue someone else. They weren't trying to blame someone else for it. They were trying to blame me for it, for being so dumb. Which I was. I was fucking stupid for that. Absolutely. Yeah, I made some poor decisions in my life. There is a wild Delibird in chat. And yeah, if I could do things over again, I would definitely have not made some of those decisions again. But those decisions help make me who I am. And I like who I am. So, I don't know. It's a weird feeling, for sure. Sometimes you gotta experience some struggle to realize how good you have it, I think. everyone's struggle is kind of relevant, you know, or relative, not relevant. I don't know why I keep confusing those words. Hey, congrats on catching the Delibird. But yeah, it's like even like when I went to rehab and stuff, like, yeah, that sucked. That was like this big pain in the ass. You know, stupid decisions led me there. Like, I learned so much about psychology and just how people work. Like from seeing doctors and therapists and seeing other people that had addiction issues and like, or just, you know, regular struggles, because this was like adolescent rehab, you know, like there's like a lot of parental issues and abuse and stuff like that like led people into this, you know, same kind of situation that I was in. And it, you know, it made me realize that like things weren't that bad for me, you know, even though things were pretty bad for me, like it could always be worse, you know. And that's probably like the biggest takeaway from my life. Is that it could always be worse, you know. You gotta appreciate what you have. That looks a little bit better, I think. I don't know what happened to those pixels. Is it supposed to be like that? Yeah, it's like that on all of them. It just doesn't look right. I think that looks better. But yeah, I'm still super excited to be doing this after all that client work that I was doing. It's just like, I mean, it's fun and I appreciate doing it, but it's a lot of work. My back was starting to hurt. And I just wanted to keep going to get it done at that point, you know? Yeah, it looks a little weird. I did get a chance to like lurk in a whole bunch of really cool streams. There's a ex AAA dev whose stream I was lurking in. They worked for like 4 different AAA companies before, which is crazy, before going indie. And I think they're younger than me too, which is kind of mind-blowing, but like, I don't know. I feel like I graduated at such a bad time to try to go AAA that like it just made so little sense to like it. I got really bitter from it. Like I felt like I was bitter about college. I was bitter about not getting hired into the industry right away. I was bitter that like I couldn't do what I went to school to do. And yeah, I just kind of like gave up on AAA because they gave up on me. That's what it felt like. Like, I don't know. I think a few different things happened there. I think I may have been blacklisted for applying at different places. Mainly Volition, I think, might have blacklisted me. I don't really know, but they were very upset about something. So I got rejected from Volition for a job, but they put a phone number on the rejection email, and I called the number to ask them how I could improve my resume, and they were like really upset. Not only did they not give me any feedback, but they were like, you should not call studios like this. Like, that number is private. You should not have had that number. I was like, it was on the email that your company sent me. What was it there for if it wasn't there for me to call it? They're like, it was an accident. It's like, regardless of it being an accident, what did you expect me to do with it? You're supposed to ignore it, like, you know. It was the conversation got very heated very quickly on their end, and I was just trying to maintain professionalism, but like felt like very slighted. Yeah. How were you supposed to know his accent? Exactly. Like, I literally thought like, oh, this is an opportunity for me to like figure out how to improve my, because they weren't the first rejection letter I got, but there's a lot of places that don't even give you rejection letters. They just move on, you know. So yeah, I was hoping that I would like get something out of it rather than it just being another rejection. And yeah, I don't know that they blacklisted me, but that's something that people do in that industry. Like, people get blacklisted for stupid shit like that. So it wouldn't surprise me. And I applied for a lot of different places around that same time. It was kind of crazy. I was one of those people that was like monitoring how many places I applied to, and like it reminds me of when I was unemployment and you had to like send in how many places you applied to. It was like that for me, where I was just like constantly looking for work and constantly applying, and I got nothing. Yeah, but there is an ad break starting soon. I am gonna take a little break for the ad break. I like the way this rock thing is working, this stone texture. And the dirt with the grass, I like that too. It's like a little different, but it's kind of the same. Could maybe do some like long grass in the distance. But yeah, I think the ad is gonna start any minute here, so I'm gonna go to break mode for just a minute. And I'll be back shortly after the ad's done. Alright, back from the ad break. But yeah, when I was applying for AAA jobs, I kind of went down the line of like, oh, I'd like to work here, and I'd like to work here, and I've heard of this company before, and slowly I made my way towards, well, I guess I'll try to work for the company who made Big Buck Hunter. You know, like, it's technically a game, or like, well, I guess mobile games are games. I guess I'll try to apply for Zynga, you know, like, and still got nothing, you know, no responses, or like very few negative responses. And then it started to slow down after like 3 or 4 years of doing it like consistently all the time. And I started doing more freelancing stuff, and started to do more indie stuff, even though I didn't quite know what I was doing. I was like starting team projects with like people who didn't know anything about games, but they had like an idea, or they were like a programmer that never did game stuff before. There was a wild palmy in chat. And I had some good ideas, but I had no way of executing them. It was all I was an artist, and like, and I wanted to learn game dev, but I was struggling. Definitely struggled to learn programming. And I started because I graduated in 2009. I started learning programming in like 2010. But it was like hardly learning at all. It was like, you know, I don't know. I guess I started earlier than that, but I don't know. Because in high school, I started using this language called Lingo that was like a precursor to ActionScript, which was for software called Macromedia Director, which was like a precursor to Macromedia Flash, which was eventually bought out by Adobe, which eventually got changed to Adobe Animate, I think, or Animator. But yeah, that I was not terribly great at it. I was more of a visual person. But I did some interactive stuff with that even in high school. Well, nothing I would consider a game. And then even in college when I was learning ActionScript, I didn't try to make games with it. I did like a little bit of interactive stuff, but mostly in the way of like websites and that kind of thing. But it's a lot of skulls. Do I have dirt that's not skulls? No, I don't. Because I did this. Maybe I should be doing that again. That does look kind of cool like that. Oop. Oh. But yeah, eventually the bitterness started to fade once I actually started to find work. It took a long time though, to be honest. I was very upset with college. Or just like the education system in general. I told a lot of people not to go to school. Like, especially for art. It's not something I would necessarily tell people today, but I would say, like, you can learn all of those things without going to school. That's totally possible. And school is very expensive. What am I looking for? Should just close that one. I don't even need this open. I want it to go that way down. This one. And honestly, it's a little bit worse than it was, you know, because like things have just gone up in price, and like the jobs, they're still not there. Like it's really hard to get an industry job, especially something like AAA. And you know, the school that I was at just totally like lied to my face, like on numerous occasions. And I imagine that's the norm for schools, I want to say, about placement and things of that nature, like companies that they have a foot in the door for you kind of thing. Like, that's just all them blowing smoke, and they don't know what the future holds. There's no way they could, you know. No one saw the well, some people saw the real estate crisis thing of 2008 coming, but most people did not see it coming because it kind of came out of nowhere unless you were like in the know. Yeah. Wait, that's not even what I want. I'm just gonna merge these. They don't need to be separate. Yeah, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate that. But yeah, I felt for it when a lot of the students were like graduating during COVID and that kind of stuff, and you know, seeing the industry shutter down, or with all the layoffs in the game dev world. And it's easy for me to be like, oh, it was worse when I was a kid, but it wasn't when I was, not when I was a kid, but when I was in college. It wasn't. It's felt worse because it was me. But the reality is that like people weren't losing their jobs so much as just not getting hired. But now it's like people are not only not getting hired, but they're also losing their jobs, and their jobs are getting replaced by AI. Yeah. Alright, what do I want? This one? That one. Yeah, that looks pretty cool like that. It's got like a little bit of some variety to it. I kind of like the stone stuff, and I think I'm gonna keep that going for this pattern here. But I never finished this corner. What did I miss? Oh, there's just nothing at the bottom there? That looks weird. Hold on. Yeah, that does look kind of weird. I think that looks better. At least it doesn't have like a line. Yeah, that lurk command is kind of broken, isn't it? Target user lurk count. Looks like that didn't work. But the total lurks worked. Interesting. It did put the little lurker guy in the corner, which is kind of cool though. I think I'm going to take one of these tiles and use that for the corner. And just change it. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Do the same for the bottom. But yeah, technically I started freelancing in like 2006. I was still in college. But it was like graphic design stuff. It wasn't really game related. I was always trying to do game stuff, but it took me a long time to actually get a games job. And the first job I got doing Unity, like programming and animation and 3D modeling in Blender. Actually, I was using Max at the time. The first job I got, the project got canceled, and it was under NDA, so I can't even show people what I did. And that is how the industry works. Took me forever to get that job, and then I couldn't even show people. Yeah, I remember when I first was moving out to Arizona, I was just like reaching out to people, like studios and stuff, and the only one that responded was this small studio in Tucson who was like, "Oh yeah, we'd love to have you as an unpaid intern." It's like, oh, well then, never mind. Because that's not what I was hoping for. Unpaid intern. I don't even remember the name of that studio, but I doubt they're still around. But Phoenix has some cool studios. They've got E-Line, Grumpy Face is there. I can't really remember what other ones. I want to say a studio called Rainbow is there. And they're all indie to triple I, nothing triple A. E-Line is probably the closest to triple A, but still it's more double A. They work with big publishers and stuff like that, but it's not like a big studio. But yeah, I almost got a job on this game called Into the Blue that's out now. Well, it's been out for a few years now. But yeah, apparently my resume made it to the person's the hiring manager's desk, but did not choose me. You know, I think I need to change this a little bit. That looks a little bit better. I should do something with that. Like this one. But yeah, I was actually working on a VR project that was like a underwater sea lab at the time. At the time that they were making, or they were talking about making Into the Blue. I think it's called Into the Blue. And so I was like, oh shit, this is perfect. I'll use that as my resume. But I didn't end up finishing it in time. I actually never finished it. I got stuck on the foliage, the underwater foliage. I couldn't get it to work in VR, which is kind of dumb to like for a stopping point considering the game wasn't even in VR. But that's what I was interested in, was the VR stuff. So that's probably why I didn't get the job, was because I don't know. Studios like that, they tend to look at people like they're not multifaceted. Like, oh, he's the VR developer. He only wants to do VR stuff. Why would we hire him if he wants to do VR stuff? He'll just leave and find a VR job, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, then again, you can't really speak for other people. You can only assume, and you know what they say about assuming. But yeah, sometimes I think about what it would have been like if I did get a AAA job, and what would have happened to me, or what, you know, possibly could have happened to me. Right? And a lot of the people that you end up meeting end up like the person I was lurking in, they got fired from working on League of Legends. Like, I mean, it kind of blows my mind that they can still put that on their resume even though they got fired. But because it's like Blizzard, then no one cares that you got fired. They just cared that you got hired, right? Because you could always just say, oh, it was like management issues, that, you know, the people didn't like me for whatever reason. So, but they were good enough to get hired, you know? So that's like, yeah. It's just interesting to me. Nothing bad about that or that person at all, but just a interesting thought of mine. But yeah, you know, I hear worse stories than just getting fired, like buying a house to move your family across the country. Puke 7, AAA is an insurance company. Yeah, I actually am a member. How you doing, by the way? Welcome in, Puke 7. Good to see you. Also, I don't know if it's like insurance. Do they provide insurance? I know they do like driver services. They've towed my car a few times. But yeah, one of your community members was here earlier. Lumby? I can't remember the full name. Something Lumby. Big Lumby. Big Lumby was here. Yeah, Big Lumby was hanging out. It might still be lurking. And I pointed them to the podcast that we did together. And it sounded like they were interested in listening to that, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, they do auto and home insurance, but mostly it seems free towing. Yeah, I mean, if you have AAA, like, that's, you might as well use it, right? And everyone needs a toe now and then. They're pretty good about it too. Like one time, I was with some friends and we were just like on a slow ride, and dude hit a pothole and it popped his tire. It wasn't like a full blowout or anything like that, but like all of a sudden the tire went flat like after hitting the pothole. And yeah. And they were like, no questions asked, like didn't care that it wasn't my car, like they just wanted to see the card and that was it. And it's like 100 miles or something, 50 miles or something like that. Maybe it depends on your plan. But yeah, speaking of the podcast, I'm gearing up to do that round table. So if you're still interested in that, definitely, I'm thinking I'm probably gonna start rallying the troops here and figure out like the best day for everyone. You know, I mean, obviously you stream on Fridays, so since you've got a schedule already, I'm not gonna try to break up your schedule. The other people involved would be SQL Jesus, who does Game Boy and Nintendo 64 development, which is pretty cool, homebrew. And one of my friends, Michael Electric, who's actually a content creator who does like, I want to call it QA, but he doesn't charge people, but he definitely writes reports. When is it again? I don't know yet. That's what we'll need to decide, but it'll probably be in the next couple weeks. My family got cars towed out of snowy ditches countless times. Oh, I bet up in Michigan where you're at. Yeah, no, my dad lives in Benton Harbor area, and they get some snow. I'm sure it gets worse in other parts of Michigan. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely going to put I'll ping you in the Indie Game Dev Report Discord, and along with other people. So yeah, Michael Electric, who does QA kind of stuff and is a content creator. I thought it'd be cool to have him on as like a non-developer for like the first time, since this is like mostly an opinion-based episode. Everything else is always so like factual and like post-mortem type stuff. I think it'll be a cool juxtaposition to do like just all opinions and just kind of like get them all out of the way in one episode kind of thing. And if it goes well, I might do future episodes where I bring on different people to get different varieties of opinions, because I know that there's like so many opinions out there. And they're all valid, you know. But I think it would be cool to get someone who's not a dev in on the conversation to just kind of like put his 2 cents in, and you know, we can learn from him, he can learn from us, that kind of thing. Who else is in there? This dev that I interviewed like years back, Gabe the Dead Fish. I really don't know much about Gabe, other than what I learned through the podcast that I did with him, and it'll be interesting to catch up with him a bit. But I'm sure he's got some opinions, since he was eager to reach out, even though it's been so long. And then Just Wall, who I also interviewed recently. He works with an Australian dude, but I think it'll be easier to just get one of them. He's a cool guy. He's I think Seattle-based or Washington-based musician, as well as game dev, does art and programming. He does some solo stuff, but also does team projects. Mostly game maker, I think, is what he's been into, but I don't really know for sure. But yeah, I think that'd be interesting to get all of us together. And I did post a document in the Discord if you wanted to check it out. It's got just a bunch of random questions about like random stuff. I could actually pull it up right now. If I can remember where I put it. Whoa, that's bright. Yeah, there's like 38 questions on here, and they're not even really questions, they're like open-ended. Engine discourse: what's the best, most fun, easiest engine? Engines to avoid, best value, obscure engines, up-and-coming engines, engine-specific bugs, problems, subscriptions, costs, frameworks, etc. Peripheral discussion: keyboard and mouse only, gamepad support, Steam Deck, key bindings, strange peripherals. Marketing, social media, Steam, Itch, YouTube, Discord, podcasts, festivals, conventions. Generative AI, which is kind of a hot topic. Personally, I can't stand generative AI. A lot of people stand by the code, say like, oh, but generative AI is so good for code. They all say the same thing. All of those easy functions, it just writes them for you. It's like, I like scratch my head. I'm like, what? It writes easy functions for you? If they're easy functions, why do you need help writing them? Like, that doesn't make, or like the boilerplate copy paste code, it'll mediocre code, exactly. Like, if it's boilerplate copy paste code, why don't you just copy it from where you boilerplated it before? If it's, you know what I mean? Like, why can't you just do it like a normal person? But I guess people stand by it, so it'd be interesting to see what people have to say. For promotional material, again, like, people use it for promotional material. Like, even my partner in for Pyrotoad, the stuff that I'm working on now, his last project, Palooza Saga, the artist that he hired used generative AI to make the promotional materials and didn't tell him that he was using it, and now that they're kind of stuck with that because that's what they chose to do, and it's lacking, you know. It doesn't look great, and and Johnny, my partner, he's telling me that he doesn't want shit like that for this one. You know, it's like, I'm like, hell no, let's not do that for sure. So yeah, I think this conversation will probably be pretty one-sided on generative AI. I don't think anyone involved is going to be like, oh yeah, let's do generative AI, because I don't know. At the very least, right now, even if it was capable of producing something that's good, which it isn't, even if it was, there's so much blowback right now that it still wouldn't be a good idea to use. And it's not just me. It's like, yeah. The only people telling you to use generative AI right now are the people who are making money off generative AI. That's it. Pixel art versus 3D. Oh my gosh, the Steam comments. Yeah, people hate it with a passion. Yeah, I'm one of those people. Like, don't get me wrong, I've messed around with it, and I've, like, as an artist, I think it's important to, like, at least give things a shot and, like, look at it and try to understand it. But yeah, there's a big difference between generative AI and, like, hand painting versus Photoshop. You know what I mean? And people try to draw that correlation, and it's just not the same at all. I mean, first of all, hand painting and Photoshop, like, Photoshop never took any hand painters' jobs, right? It might have created some jobs, and it might have caused some people to say, oh, I want to do digital art also. But there's still painters today. You know what I mean? It might be difficult to get a job painting, and it's always been getting more difficult to get a job painting, but there's all types of reasons behind that. I mean, heck, it's bad for you to paint. Like, unless you're taking all of the necessary safety precautions, which no one really does. I mean, you're literally not even supposed to touch dried paint. You know? Like, because of the carcinogens. They'll absorb into your skin. It's not good for you. But, you know, people still put their paintbrush in their mouth or whatever, you know? Like, I don't even know. Yeah, but there's a whole bunch on here. Pixel art versus 3D I think is interesting because the like Steam comments will be like, what, you couldn't afford a 3D artist so you had to choose the cheap easy way out? Like, have you tried doing pixel art? Because 3D is pretty much easier on almost every account, especially if you're talking about animations. Oh my god, it's so much easier to just rig a fucking 3D model and like throw some animations on there or make them yourself even than to hand pixel every single frame painstakingly of a freaking 150 frame animation or something like that. Like, I've been there, I've done that on both ends. I hate mixels. Seems to be most pixel indie games. Yeah. I mean, if you look at my my streaming avatars at the bottom of the screen, you get some mixels in there. Mostly because I haven't made sure that everything is the same pixel value. And that's something that I've been kind of slowly working towards, I feel like, by adding my own like game dev stuff in there, because most of those were just packages I downloaded from Steam. But you're absolutely right, mixels are it's something that not everyone even fully understands, I think. But for people on the listening that don't understand what mixels is, it's when you use pixels of different resolution, pixel art of different resolution together. So yeah, it might be both pixel art, but one has larger squares than the other, you know, larger pixels than the other. And you used to see this in even Atari, where you would have 4 pixels together making one dot, and then 1 pixel by itself making one dot. So they're like, and that you it's not really mixels because it's all using the same resolution, but you're drawing it in 2 different sizes, so it kind of fits into that. Yeah, mixels is to be avoided, but you know, if you're using any type of like filtering and stuff like that, like you're gonna get some weirdness. Or like in my game Retro Spaceball, at first I was like, oh, I want to do like all the rotations frame by frame, and then after a while I was looking at all these other people's indie games, and no one does that really. I mean, I think I've seen one person do that, and their whole post, don't get me wrong, their post got a lot of likes, but oh, there's gonna be an ad starting here in a little bit. I'll take a break for the ad once it comes on. But yeah, I mean, their post got a lot of likes and stuff, but they were already popular before they did that post. So doing something the hard way doesn't necessarily get you a lot of social media traction. But if you've already got that traction and you do it the hard way, that might help, yeah. But yeah, I ended up rotating some pixels, and you know, it doesn't look terrible, but yeah, it doesn't look pristine. It's not homebrew like that, you know. But also, I'm planning on changing the name of Retro Spaceball to better represent what it is, because it's no longer really a retro style game. Also, when I came up with the name Retro Spaceball, first of all, it was a placeholder name. Oh, there's an ad in progress. I'll come back to that once the ad is done. But yeah, I'm gonna take a little break here for the ad. Alright, welcome back from the ad break. Yeah, so what I was saying was that when I started Retro Spaceball, the name was actually just a placeholder. I was like, oh, I'll come up with something better later. And I tried and couldn't. And I even like polled the community, asked a bunch of random people, and I couldn't get anything better from anyone. But also, like, back then, like, retro gaming wasn't really a term so much yet. Like, maybe some people use that term to describe classic games, but a lot of people use the term classic because retro doesn't mean classic. Retro, if you look up the definition, it means that it's trying to look like something old, something new that's trying to look old. But the way we use it today in the gaming world is to define classic games. You know, I'm a retro gamer. I only play games for classic consoles. Well, that's classic games. That's not retro. Retro is games that are made today to look old, pixel indies. So, and like, there's just, you know, language changes. The way people use words changes. So like, that's just you know, what happened there, I think. But yeah, regardless of that, vintage gamer, there you go. Regardless of that conversation, I think I was always looking for a better title for my game anyway, and the more that I developed it, the further it got away from the retro aesthetic. I mean, I like retro games and I like homebrew games, but I don't know, I got this weird vibes from people. It's like, either make it on a classic console or don't make it at all. And like, I was like, well, I don't know how to make it on a classic console. I don't even know if you could make this game on a classic console because of all the stuff that it requires and the physics and all of this other stuff, you know. It's a physics-based game. It would be very hard to do on classic hardware, especially for me. I had trouble making a Hello World ROM for NES. Like, you think I could make a physics-based game? And even the physics-based games you see, like, what's that Arkanoid game that came out recently, Trials of Khazard or something? I need to look it up. I'm butchering the name. Maybe I won't even find it. Probably find it on my my Twitter or Blue Sky first from reposting it, because it is something that I repost pretty commonly. Oh, maybe it's on Twitter. Yeah, here it is. This game, Trial of Carzoid. I was close with the name. Like, the physics don't look like realistic because it's the Nintendo. Where did it go? Did it not pop up? Oh, it's on its own window here. It's like, I don't know, it's kind of like what you would expect from a Nintendo. It's what you would expect from a Nintendo game. It's like Arkanoid physics, breakout physics, you know. But it's not like a ball bouncing off of other balls. You know, it's like a square that's given a trajectory, and then it's using math to figure out the next trajectory. Yeah, the Skull Arkanoid. Gimmick has some great physics, also hard as balls. I don't know Gimmick, I'll have to check that out. Is that for NES as well? Oh, it looks like it's got a Switch release too. Oh wow, there's like a 13-minute documentary on it. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to check this out later. But yeah, let's pull it up on the screen here. I keep clicking off the window. See if I can't fast forward to some gameplay. It looks like it's mostly him talking. Maybe I pulled up the wrong video here. Here we go. Yeah, it looks intense. But as an example, I'll show you what my game is kind of like. So there's a lot of like really fast bouncing off, like circles bouncing off circles, which I feel like would be very difficult to do with classic hardware. Also, like the speed would be difficult to manage. But yeah, you can tell that I'm using a variety of things, modern engine things. Oh, yeah, it's on the overlay. Like the particle systems, the trails. Yeah. I mean, I do my best to make it fit the aesthetic and to not look terribly off or whatever. But it's definitely a Unity game compared to Gimmick or anything for the NES. Maybe on like Neo Geo or something like that, it would be possible. But I'm not that skilled of a developer. I'm just not. Like, as much as I would want to be and would love to learn, like, I'm an artist foremost and a programmer, like, after being a musician even, you know, like, I learned programming as a means to get my stuff, my art and music, like, working and animated and stuff. That was kind of my thing. It was like, I went to school for animation and realized that I couldn't get a job, like, right out of school where someone would, like, be animating my art. So I had to sit there and, like, you know, make animations that couldn't be programmed because no one would program them. And then I was like, after a while, I was just like, you know what? Screw that. I'm gonna frickin' program it myself. And that's what I did. It took me a long frickin' time to learn, but that's what I did. And then for someone to be like, oh, well, I'm not gonna play it unless it's on a cartridge, like, it just kind of pissed me off. It didn't make me want to do homebrew at all. It just kind of pissed me off. Like, well, so you can't respect something unless it's on a cartridge. And I don't know. I understand that it would get more respect on a cartridge 100%. But I'm not a team of people, and I'm not like an industry vet. I'm just some dude trying to tinker around and trying to make something that's fun for me. If you take that away, I'm not gonna do it. You know what I mean? It's gotta be fun for me to do, and I'm not. If it's like super hard challenge, that's no longer fun. You know, I like to challenge myself to a degree, but I'm not gonna like just like make it more challenging on myself just because someone else told me to. You know? Yeah. Yeah, that's nuts. For sure, yeah, like it's I get it. Like if homebrew is your passion, then yeah, do what you're passionate about. But for me at the time, homebrew seemed like this distant dream, you know, and it took me, well, I've been making Retro Spaceball for like over 7 years now. So in those 7 years, the dream has gotten closer. I'm obsessed with the hardware, and making games is like the only thing you really do with it. Yeah, I remember during our podcast conversation, you said that making PCBs was what got you into making games, which is like totally backwards from me. Like I was into game design to the point where I was like so adamant about becoming a game designer that I when I couldn't figure out the programming side, I went to pen and paper. You know what I mean? Like I went to dice games and like physical games because I could figure that out. And honestly, I feel like it helped me as a designer for sure. And it helped me build confidence in myself. You know, like just because I can't figure out the programming doesn't mean that I'm not a designer. And then I did figure out the programming stuff eventually. And I'll get to the lower level languages eventually, you know, but right now I have to do what's like speedy and what's, you know, what works for me, right? I can only do what I know how, and I only have so much time to learn, and I need to make money too. So like there's all of that to think about. I can't just spend another 10 years learning how to do something. I need to make money while I do that, and I'll continue to learn, of course, and I would love to learn low level languages and how to produce actual hardware. Like I was having a conversation with my partner on this project, and we were talking about well, his last project was published by Broke Studio. You're probably familiar with Broke Studio. So you're editing a level inside Aseprite. Is there another step before you import it? No, not really. I can show you. I'm using GB Studio. So GB Studio is like super easy, and also there's a modded version of the engine that allows you to make ROMs for NES, which is definitely something I want to look into, but there's like a lot of extra rules to that, and I think we're already breaking some of them for this project, so we're not likely going to see it. So this is the level that I'm working on, I believe. 16H. So what I could do now, here, I'll make a new layer for the background real quick, and we'll just take this color and put it in the background. And then, so I'll save this as an Aseprite file so I don't lose anything, so we can keep the layers. I'll give it the suffix color. And then what I do is just export it as a PNG in the same folder. And then, so GB Studio, you just hit this little button and it pulls up the project file here. You've got your assets folder. Like any other high-level language game hierarchy. So yeah, we go into backgrounds, and this has all of my images in it. And GB Studio is actually really good at doing color now, which is really cool because that wasn't a thing when I first started using it. So, so yeah, we'll go to this. I'm just pulling the file here. Aseprite, non-RSB, GB Studio, backgrounds, Pyrotoad, and then it was what, 16H color. So yeah, I'll just copy this one and paste it into here. Actually, I'm gonna paste it up one level and remove the suffix, so that way I can just replace the file because it's already named 16H there. So I'm just replacing it, and then here you can see that it's changed the level, and then to color it, we just go and hit this button, and now it's the color. As long as it's not using too many palettes or too many unique tiles, then it works perfectly. And yeah, we can turn off that stuff so you can see it better and zoom in. So it's really a quick and easy engine. I definitely recommend it to people, especially if you're not trying to do like a whole lot of programming and stuff. And then how does terrain collision work? So the collisions are these red things. They've already been drawn in before, but if I wanted to like change the, see, I didn't design the levels. I'm just doing the art for it. Johnny designed it using these prototype stuff, but you can just literally just make a new block like that. And then there's like one-way walls, a ladder, and there's slopes too. We're not using any slopes, but there's now slopes. I'm not sure exactly how it works because I haven't messed with it yet, but or I think maybe they don't work because of the plugin, because we're using a special plugin. But yeah, it's that simple. The sprites are a little bit more, there's a little bit more to it, because there's animations and stuff. You can change, each sprite is made up of a 8x16 tile, and then you can actually change the palette of each tile. And there are limitations, like you can only have 10 in a horizontal scan line. So yeah, as long as you're like aware of the limitations, it's really easy. But if you're like going at it all willy-nilly, you'll easily go over the tile limit, and then easily go over the palette limit. Excuse me. But there is a really cool tool for counting the tiles. There isn't a tool for counting palettes yet though, which is a little bit disappointing because I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to figure that out, but then again, I'm not the guy to do it, so I don't really know. But yeah, it makes my job as an artist like so much easier to just like use this prototype stuff and then just kind of import it in there with all of the prototype stuff already set up. Very minimal like redoing of work. Everything is it's pretty straightforward. And yeah, I love GB Studio as an engine. Like I've only been using it for like a year and a half or so. I can't remember exactly when I started. But yeah, it's been a blast. It's really been a lot of fun. This is my first time using like a side-scrolling game. But yeah, I've done some other cool stuff with it. Like I made a classic JRPG style thing where it was like a fighting screen, and then I used code to swap the background tiles, which is pretty cool. I could pull that up too. Yeah, we might as well save that. So yeah, this was Demon Fish Dead Ahead, and these were like the tile swap things, right? The fish that I'm swapping in, and then here it's hard to tell because there's a sprite in the way, but these actually have little like 1 pixel variations in them, right? So like, see that pixel there in the corner, and each little wave is just 1 pixel different. So what I do then is I use a code to put in the right fish. Take me a second to see where it's at. I think it's on the init, but it might be on this thing here. Yeah, populate fish. So first it checks to see how many enemies are on the screen. And so if there's only 1 enemy, then it's got black tile row swap. I don't know why it says black tile row swap. But anyways, yeah, this little bit of code, it pushes a variable onto the stack. Then it replaces the tile, which is different for each of these, right? Depending on which tile I'm replacing. So it's the tile on this one, the coordinates for it. And then these are variables for the tile set. And then it's removing the variable afterwards. The pop. And this is a GBVM script, which is actually using the Game Boy development kit, or Game Boy toolkit. I think it's Game Boy toolkit, which was made to help homebrew devs make games, which is actually what this whole engine is based off of. And yeah, so for each single tile and then each variation, because this generates a fish, this generates a fish, or no, I'm not even really sure. It's been so long since I messed with this. Yeah, enemy swap tile. So this is replacing the fish, but these are also getting replaced too. Same thing. There's 1 pixel variations in all of this. This would be where your player information and your fish information goes. So how much life the enemy has, how much life you have, is all displayed on here in real time. And then yeah, these tentacles are actually sprites, but this is actually like an attack sprite. This only comes on the screen when you hit the enemy. And then same thing here. There's 1 pixel difference in these inside tiles. That way you can display the fish. And I can show you on itch what the outcome is. I'll kill the music while we play the game. Yeah, so this is Demon Fish Dead Ahead. I made it in 7 days for a 10-day game jam. I realized that the jam started 3 days after. And there is a bug right now where sometimes it freezes when you hit continue, but sometimes it doesn't. And I think I know how to fix it, but I'm not really sure. I haven't gotten to that yet. That's something I need to do. But yeah, so this is like the overworld, and like when you've got one fish hook on the screen, that means it's like a one star battle. And if you hang out in the battle zone long enough, there'll be a random encounter. Got the fish, tells you the aggro level, and then if you caught it real quick, it replaced those tiles on the first few frames. 2 demon fish dead ahead. First up is Big Eye. I did the sound effects too. Well, I did everything in this, but I used my voice to make the sound effects. And they got the initiative there, so they attacked first. But now it's my turn, and I get to choose these 3 options. I like really minimized how much was going on with this game. But yeah, fish number 1 and fish number 2, their life is here, and then the player life is there, and then there's like a brace function, which makes your brace go up cumulatively per battle, but also if they do a critical attack on you, like they just did, you're no longer braced. So your brace goes away after a crit. Do a cast, you can cast it whichever fish you want. That sprite came on the screen, and it replaced the tiles for the damage there. And then you can run, and then, oh, there's another battle right there. So that time I got the initiative, so I just ran away. And then you can go to this thing. It saves your progress and restores your health. And there's also like locations that you can travel to if you explore. And if you find a location, it gives you a new level. Ooh. So this is the easiest battle that you can fight in the game. So I'm gonna fight it real quick. Oh, and you can use these buttons to change the, so GB Studio actually comes with an emulator that you can use, and when you export it to web, it'll automatically wrap it with the emulator, which is really useful, except the sound effects suck on it. There's like this buzz. But it's cool because you can change the colors like instantly without having to code anything or anything like that. So yeah, I caught the fish, leveled up to level 2. Next level is at 5 experience, max health plus 3, health restored. And then you can actually check out all your stuff. So your stats, level 2, 53 of 53 health. Your level, which is kind of the same thing. Level 2, XP equals 0, 5 until next level. Explore. Locations found, 0 out of 7. Caught. This is that fish box. I've caught one of those. You can use the sound effects. You can see all the different fish and use their sound effects. So this is the hardest fish and that's the easiest fish. But yeah, pretty basic considering I only had 7 days to do it. And I added some stuff. Oh, and there's a Easter egg if you go all the way to the corner. So now I'm at level 50. So that way I could test things easy without having to worry about getting killed. So now I'm in a harder battle with a bunch of Eelies. But I've got 255 health, so... Or at least I did at the start of the battle. But yeah, I actually made this like around Halloween, just this last year, and like I had already started working on Pyrotoad, but I was like, oh, this game jam came up, I'm gonna do this real quick. And I totally wedged this in there. And I streamed the entire thing, which is cool. And the VODs are all up on YouTube. They've gotten quite a few views. I mean, for me, I don't get a lot of views naturally. But yeah, the VODs definitely, they get viewed. At least a little bit. I think a lot of people just watch the start and go to the end. But they're like 9-hour streams, so I can't expect people to sit there and watch like 10 9-hour streams or 8. I think there's 8 of them, but it was like 7 days of actual like days. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. It helped me to learn the engine. Tile swapping is not the easiest thing to do in GB Studio, so to base like an entire game around tile swapping was, I don't know. It wasn't too hard to do because I had done it before in my other game, Source Hack, but I think it impresses people. But I had tested this mechanic in a different game before, so it wasn't like copy paste, but it was pretty much just like do the same thing in a different way. Oh, you can miss too. Hell yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It was fun to do. I learned a lot. The other game that I have up is called Source Hack, which is actually due for an update. So if I was gonna play it, I would rather play it on in the engine. Source Hack's kind of a big game, so it takes a little bit to load and build and stuff. But it started out as just like a little puzzle game with like a little sampler and like some like crude OS stuff going on. And then like this was the first level, second level, third level, fourth level, and I was just kind of following that. And then I was like, I'm gonna branch off and do other things. And then I was like, I'm gonna do something bigger. And then I did some weird stuff, some more computer stuff, like hacking computers, quote hacking, right? And then I did a 3D maze using the point and click thing. So each scene, you can choose the type of scene, and like, yeah, the point and click is a little different than the other ones. There's a shoot 'em up scene, adventure, platformer. Like the Pyrotoad one, we're using the platforming scene, but most of this game is actually using either the adventure or top down. I can't remember which I decided. I feel like only top down existed when I started this though. Yeah, I think the adventure one's a new one. I'm not sure what the difference is between top down and adventure. But yeah, I made this overworld, and this is the biggest file size that you can make with GB Studio, or the biggest square-ish file. You can do vertically or horizontally a little bit longer, I think. But if you're doing a square size, like this is the biggest. And it's pretty big. It took me a long time to draw all that. Even though I'm just using the same tiles, like to come up with like patterns that would be interesting to play. And like there's different like sewers and doors and stuff like that. And not all of it works, obviously. I think only like this area from like here to like here works. Everything else is just kind of a placeholder for now. But yeah, that was this was actually the first GB Studio project that I made, and I went in with high ambition on purpose to like try to like learn as much as I could without worrying about like, oh, the scope is too big, or oh, you're never gonna finish, or like that kind of stuff. I was just like, whatever, I'm just gonna have fun, because I was actually working on little screamies. I'm gonna put some music on. I was working on little screamies with a team for like work, and where did that go? Oh, did I already close out of that? Little screamies. Yeah, so this is Little Screamies. I'll turn off the music for the trailer. I was managing the team, but also kind of managing the studio as well. Like the studio owner had this idea to like make a game, and I hired the people, put together the team, or everyone but like one person on the team was people who I hired, and then I managed the entire project, managed all the team, and did a lot of the development myself actually. I definitely had some help from the team members and stuff like that. I don't discredit them at all. This is a very much a team project, for better for worse, and it was a lot of fun. I learned a ton. This was the first time I ever managed a team, and the trailer actually doesn't look as good as the final build, because we didn't have the final build when I made the trailer, and I never went back and made a new trailer for it. But a lot of it is similar, the same. And yeah, so the team was Nuke Pop, and I was working on this, and the architecture was getting like totally heavy because it's a Unity game. We were doing this big chunking system, and I was just like, I need something to like just relax in, and that's when I started SourceHack. Like while I was working on this project, it gave me something to do outside of Unity, because I was getting sick of Unity at the time. I was like, oh my gosh, this, because it was like debug, lots of debugging, lots of debugging, like other people's bugs too, right? I don't know if you've ever had to do other debugging other people's bugs, but I relied on my intuition a lot, and it actually worked out pretty well. You know, people would be like, I can't figure this out, can you help me with this? I'd be like, I don't know, but have you tried this? And they'd be like, oh my god, that was it. And it was a lot of fun. I learned a lot from it. We only got 23 reviews. Actually, it looks like we've got more reviews since the last time I checked. I wonder if they were good or not. Oh, it's starting over again. Don't do that. We only got one negative review, so it must have been a positive review. Sometimes it's hard to tell unless you put all languages. Poor Octobird, he was the friend we needed in our time of need. I think this is a new one, February 3rd. Yeah, I didn't pick up on this. February 5th, you're wandering through a colorful world, and suddenly, surprise jump scare hits you like a toddler with a sugar rush. It's adorable chaos, and you never know when the scream will come. Grab your friends, scream together, and prepare for a wild ride. Just remember, if you hear giggles, it's probably the game plotting against you. Yeah, I debug stuff at old jobs. Yeah, you know what it's like then? Debugging other people's bugs is, it's a skill. It's definitely a skill. It's not easy. It can be nerve-wracking. So this was the way that I blew off steam. And I had a lot of fun doing it, and I can't wait to get back into it. But right now, because I just bought a house, I'm trying to like finish some things to make excuse me, to make some money. And Pyrotoad, like I was saying, we're hoping gets published by Broke Studio. There's obviously no guarantee in that, and we haven't reached out to them yet, but Johnny, who's been in contact with them before, made Palooza Saga, which was published by Broke Studio. I can bring that up. So if all goes well, we get a similar deal. And this is that AI art that I was talking about that even Johnny wasn't pleased with after he realized that it was AI art, because the artist didn't mention it. Because the artist was doing the game art, you know, so he is an artist, but like it makes you wonder. Oh, the cover is AI. Yeah, this cover is AI. So that's kind of sad that had to happen. But I mean, if you look at it, you can kind of tell, right? Like, why is this hanging off the page? Why is it there? I mean, it doesn't even make it onto that. Also, it doesn't really fit. And what is this down here? You know, like very I don't know. And this looks like it was photoshopped in over this kind of thing. Like, I don't know. So I'm sure there was some. The font is a little bit weird. But the font is the least of the problems with this. Like, I agree that it's weird, but least of its problems. But yeah, we're hoping to do something a lot better than that. And yeah. But it's a cool game. I really appreciate it.
Did you know this game has 2 quests? Pretty impressive, huh?
2 quests, huh? Hold my beer. Why don't we play Palooza Saga, Kaji's Trials? A new action-adventure game for the NES. Over 200 quests.
And the music was done by a third person. Which is good. I mean, it's good music, but I'm pretty confident in my abilities with music, so I feel like I'll be able to do something cool with Pyrotoad, and then we don't have to split the money 3 ways. But yeah, I definitely have fun playing this game, despite the AI art on the cover. So yeah, it would be very cool to have a similar deal with Broke Studio. So that's what we're hoping for. So yeah, and also working with a partner is making the project go a lot faster, right? Because he's got time to design stuff while I'm doing contract work. I'm still able to make some money while I'm working on this, then, if that makes sense. Otherwise, it would be kind of like sinking all of my time into one thing, hoping that it sells, kind of thing, which is kind of a risk, right? But if I'm able to make money and work on this, and this, like, it's like a rev share deal, so there's no money up front. But I'm okay with that. Honestly, normally I'm not okay with that. Normally I'm like, yeah, no, I need money up front. But since I really like Palooza Saga, and I could tell that he had, you know, worked with Broke Studio and other people before, like, I had a little bit of trust in him just based off that. And now that I've met him and we've chatted numerous times now, I feel fully comfortable with it. But yeah, it's not something, rev share is not something I normally do. But yeah, so I've kind of put a few of my projects on hold or on the back burner, more or less, while I pay some bills, right? Because buying a house is expensive, and you know, moving, all of that stuff. But the plan is to finish all of my games, Retro Spaceball, Source Hack, even Demon Fish Dead Ahead. I want to get Source Hack and Demon Fish Dead Ahead on Steam. And Pyrotoad might be the first one to get on there, because I haven't done any of that like wrapping with the emulator stuff, but it seems like it's getting easier. There's more and more tutorials out there. There's like programs to help you and stuff like that. It seems like I haven't delved into it yet, but it seems like with GB Studio games it might be a little bit easier than like what we talked about on the podcast, where like you had to make your own audio engine and stuff like that. So like getting that to work in a open source emulator might be more difficult, where there are open source emulators for Game Boy that work with GB Studio games like right off the bat, and there's already like a workflow to get Game Boy games onto Steam and Switch and stuff like that. So obviously Switch would be a little bit more of a difficult thing, because Nintendo doesn't just like readily accept publishers. Usually they want some kind of deal to have been in the past. Also, Switch has its own requirements, which aren't easy, and there's like the whole dev kit thing and all of that. So it probably wouldn't be worth it unless we went through another publisher and did a deal with them where they get some of the cut, which could be a possibility, but that's something we haven't even discussed yet. So, and the Switch is on its way out. It seems like that. I mean, Nintendo's already talking about the Switch 2. It will be backwards compatible though, so I don't know, but developing, you probably would want to develop for the newest system. The dev kit would probably cost more. But yeah, like I said, there might be the possibility of finding someone who does that and saying like, hey, how hard would it be for you to do this, or can we cut a deal? Because obviously the more markets you're in, the better, even though no one really buys Switch games anymore because of the Steam Deck. But what are you gonna do, you know? Like, I don't know. I think it would be cool to do Steam at least. But yeah, this is Source Hack. I might as well do a little build here. Probably take a minute. But yeah, there's a debugger that wasn't always there. I guess after it builds, we'll link it. Yeah, they just keep adding more to this. Like all that tile swapping stuff that I was doing with the GBVM code. Like there's first of all, there's a plugin, and then second, they've got it built in now where you don't even need to do that code. This code here. I was just reading this comment that was there from when I copy pasted the code, because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. But the first thing I wanted to do in GB Studio was tile swapping. So I, on this title scene, that's what I did. And I put it on the update so it happens every single frame, which normally you wouldn't want to do if you're like doing it for gameplay, but since it's a title screen, there's no other stuff going on. So I just have a loop index. I don't know why this is being weird. Probably because it's building. But yeah, same thing, just looping the index set up a condition where if it gets to 99, put it back to 89. So it's just this, that's the same 10 frames. And then all the way over here somewhere. It's a little laggy while it builds. But it's to be expected. The fact that it's still usable while it builds is pretty cool. And yeah, it normally doesn't take this long to build for a smaller project, but you can see here that there's over 130 scenes. I think it's all the way at the end. Maybe not. Either way, you can't even see it because it's all black right now anyways. But yeah, each scene contains different triggers and colliders and stuff like that, so it has to compile all of that. I probably could have just used the latest build, but I honestly don't remember the last time I made a build. And if you just hit this play button, it doesn't actually make a build, it just like makes a build in the editor. Which is, it's a good thing, so that way you don't like overwrite your build if you're just testing something. Yeah, lots of triggers. Looks like it finally loaded, which is weird because it's still debugging here, or it's still going through the. Oh, it was, this scroll bar wasn't at the bottom for some reason. But yeah, it took 5 minutes and 7 seconds to build. But yeah, this is what it looks like in the emulator. We'll turn off the music. And yeah, so you can see that those frames are like really fast. And a lot of the comments that I got were like, how did you do that on the title screen? It's like, well, I just put it in the update loop and didn't give it a timer. I just told it to do it as quickly as possible. As soon as it drew it, just draw it again. And then I put some things in here. You can skip the intro for testing, and it just takes you straight to the computer here. I put a little Steam icon, can wishlist retro spaceball. I'll have to change that when I rebrand the game. There's this little sampler here. Yeah. There's a recycling bin, which is empty. So yeah, you go to source hack, you can boot it, you can mess with the audio, you can change your avatar, you can check your stats, or you can hack the game. by deleting the app data. And then you can choose your own, you can choose the levels. So this is that 3D maze. And then I put another Easter egg over here. You a tester or a cheater? So I just increased my hack level to level 3 by cheating on that. We're gonna leave. Leave the network and close this window, and then we're gonna go to doors, and now because I have another hack level I can unlock the doors. That one's a little broken apparently. So now I can go this way. But this door is locked. Static from the door handle shocks you just a little. There is an empty spot over here. You look like a hard worker, so go on, get to work. I really have to use the toilet, but this jerk won't let me out. I'm so important. They gave me 2 computers. Check the top. This file cabinet is full of snacks. Check the bottom. There's a magenta crumpled post-it. Secret back door, level 6. This file cabinet is full of ants. And crumbs of some sort. Check the bottom. There is a magenta crumpled post-it. Secret back door, level 8. So those are actually secrets in the game. This one's, the secret shape is parallelogram. So there's an ad break here. I'm gonna take a little break and use the bathroom. Just take a minute. Alright, I am back. Thank you for your patience with the ad break, and I refilled my water. And looks like we're good to go. Yeah, so this whole level is like a maze, but it's also filled with little secrets. Like that one said parallelogram is the secret shape. And this file cabinet has a red stapler. So there's a few references in here. There's a tiny dog in there. Who does that? What the heck? Oh gosh. It's all wet and stinks in there. I forgot about that one. B4. You sunk my submarine. A jump to conclusions mat. You see, it would be this mat that you could put on the floor. It would have different conclusions written on it that you could actually jump to. Got a meeting with the Bobs in a couple of minutes. Yeah, they called me at home. Yeah, I might have to remove some of these because they're a little on the nose. There's a stash of K-cups in there. This file cabinet is locked. Oh, and remember, next Friday is Hawaiian Shirt Day. Sounds like someone has the case of the Mondays. Someone hid their Game Boy in here. Better leave it for the owner. This file cabinet's locked. No, no, yes, go, go, woohoo! I finally got it. You must be the new hire. Go ahead, log on using the secret password. So yeah, if you choose the wrong answer, it kicks you out. But all the password answers are actually hidden within the level. Like I found that parallelogram, and now we can open that door. You rummage through the trash. Someone left a skip sandwich DX. So now you can move a little faster. That way you don't have to go through the whole maze in super slow mode. Oh, and if we go to the top, if we go behind this woman, she was all like woohoo earlier. Don't tell anyone. I'm actually playing a game. What game? It's Retro Spaceball. Area unlocked. Explore the city. So I just moved a car that was in the way. And now I can get to this area. I'm kind of testing something here. It stopped at me. Usually I think maybe you have to walk into it. Maybe it won't walk into you. It's weird that it stopped right there. But yeah, if you walk into it, it starts a battle. Like a little mini game. It has some loading issues. Like when they shoot. It definitely drops some frames. Or needs to process, needs time to process. And stops you from moving. But it's not too bad. I know, I kind of want to fix it. All the stuff that I've been showing ever since I hit the level 12 button I don't think that's in the actual build yet. So yeah, it keeps track of your kills up here. These were the things that you have to collect to beat the level. Then at the bottom was your energy, which depleted every time the bad guy shot. And then there's a direction compass here. And that doesn't, I don't think that actually changes. But the plan was to make it so you would know what direction you were facing. The ground floor is provisions. Upper level are all commercial. Store is locked. There's a lot of locked doors here. Despite my cavalier appearance, I'm actually busy running the whole show here. Yay, you fixed it. That's actually, I made that for Twitter. Cause at first this background tile swapping was bugging out. I don't know if it was because of the plugin I was using or what. But I made it so she was saying like, someone broke the TV. And then when you came back, it was like, yay, you fixed it. So that way I could put both posts on Twitter. Let's get the cursor out of the way. I'm supposed to deliver these packages upstairs. Will you help? Yes. Thanks a ton. Here's the package. Received package. Check the package with select. So you hit select button, and now you've got a Carl's Jr. Package. And it's interesting because it randomly selects the package. But like it keeps track of what it's giving you. So yeah, more references here. We've got the Pied Piper logo there. Can I help you? And then these logos I just made up. Oh, that door's locked. Carl's Jr. We just finished watching Silicon Valley for the second time. Yeah, no, I love everything Mike Judge. I've been watching Common Side Effects. But yeah. Oh, this isn't the right floor either. I'm a big fan of Mike Judge. I have this DVD called The Animation Show that has like his early animations on it, like Milton and like some different test animations he did back in the day before Beavis and Butthead. Oh, there's Carl's Jr. Hey, I can sign for that package. Hands over the package. So we go back down to the ground floor. So yeah, this is where I started that tile swapping. Was to do this little mission. So yeah, now like it put the sticker in a different look. It like chooses a random sticker, chooses a random size for the package, and then chooses a random like logo, and then it like remembers that. So I thought that was interesting. But your job is to remember what floor the logo was on. But there's only 3 floors, so it's like it's not the end of the world if you choose the wrong floor. Oh yeah, Carl's Jr. So I don't think it was one of these. Oh, that was the wrong button. Yeah, it's so that's the Inatrode or Initech Initech. I think that's the Initech logo from Office Space. Oh, I did the locked door again. Interchode, yeah. Oh, here it is. Leave the package? Yes. Left the package. But yeah, the plan was to make it so after you do all of the deliveries, which there's like too many of, there's like 10, I think, or no, I think there's 16. Then you get to own a business. Because the last one is to take it to the guy with the hat, who's always in the lobby, this guy. But all of a sudden he's not there anymore. And I didn't make an Easter egg to skip this yet either. So there's no way to just skip it. Oh, I didn't check the package. Oh, it's the Apple core. So the Apple core is clearly a reference to Apple, but also it was used in Code Monkeys when Woz leaves Gameavision. He works for this Apple core company. And I already can't remember what floor it was on. Not that floor. And not that floor. There it is. Leave the package? Yes. See how he changed position? Now he's flirting with the bartender. He still says the same thing though. Yeah, see, the package is different. It doesn't have a sticker this time. It's a different color, it's different shape. and then it's got that weird logo. So that logo is actually the Silicon graphics logo. Kind of ish. I think I might have changed it a little bit, but that's what I was going for. I gave it to him twice. That's weird. Yeah, so now that guy's missing. Oh, no, now he's down here. He's flirting with this girl now. Or maybe he's just doing his job. I don't remember what floor it's on. You'd think I would know, but I haven't played this in months. None of those. Yeah, there's only 5 on each floor, so it's not like the end of the world to like have to memorize them. Oh, it wasn't this one either. Yeah, but the plan was to make like a little memory game. There it is. Yeah, I like memory games. So I wanted to come up with something that was like fun for me to do, and it's still kind of a fun little memory game. Yeah, I was trying to get my mom to start doing memory games to like help prevent like cognitive loss and stuff like that with her brain cancer, but I couldn't really get her to do that. I couldn't even, it was hard for me to even try to get her to do her Wii Fit. But now I don't think she can, so that sucks. But memory games are good for everyone. I don't remember which floor that's on either. When I was in college, one of my 3D modeling teachers used to make games for Alzheimer's patients. And they were like memory-based games. I don't even remember. Oh, that one. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear. Yes, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, this was it. You're the one. You have my package. Grabs the package. Yeah, I'm not like the world's best writer, and dialogues are especially hard for me. Oh, I got off the stairs too early. But I had fun with this, making the dialogues for this one. But yeah, I never actually finished what I wanted to do with this. I wanted to make it, like I said, so you actually own a company. The last one, the last one goes to this guy, and then he was gonna give you enough money to purchase one of the companies, and then from there, you could like leave and get like you know, cash on the side, like a what do they call it? I can't even remember the word. Where you make money for basically doing nothing just because you own something. Like residual income, right? Is that what they call it? And then there was gonna be like a stock market kind of thing where you could like hack the stock market kind of thing, or hack the market. Kind of like in No Man's Sky, where you could crash the market. I want to do something like that. There's a wild R-code Zolt in chat. An Arcazolt. Arctozolt? Arctozolt. But yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and do all 16 of them, because obviously that takes too long. All the other levels aren't as exciting to me, I don't think. Maybe 11. 11 was kind of cool. So, oh, yeah, the door is locked. So yeah, what happens is you have to like, the only work available is in the wastelands to your left, so you like have to go this way to get to the next level. But then you talk to this guy, he's like, you must be just as dumb as me. They won't let us back in, and they're like, get back to work or you won't get fed. So you're basically like a slave now until you do the work. And then this level is like really big and hard. It has the scary music. But I made it smaller by putting these barricades up, so it was less of a maze. And if you just keep going in the same direction, you'll pretty much get everything you need. But yeah, if you go to end sim, it brings you back to the computer, and then you can go back to level select. And because I already unlocked all the levels by deleting the level data from the app, the game's app data. Yeah, so you use the computer here. Folder called stuff, and then you've got overloader and packet sniffer. Overloader's fun, packet sniffer is not. So in overloader, you're trying to get targets, but they only show themselves like for like a split second, so it's a little bit of a memory game. And there's a chance that it might be an X. Those two were the same puzzles. But yeah, so those two are X's. So if, oh yeah, so there's only one. And then this one is just isn't as cool. There's just not enough going on with it. Like there's no way to lose, like even if you miss the packet. Also, it's really hard to go down on these. Like I tried to make it easier, but it's still too hard. Yeah, so even if you do that, like nothing happens. But I didn't want to make it any harder than it already is because of those stupid angles are hard to go down for some reason. But yeah, that was like the first hacking level. That's how you get your first hack skill. Broom closet. Return to your domicile immediately. Oh, there was another building. Was it this one? Yeah. This area is still under development, but feel free to look around. Please be quiet while you're here. So in this one, you collect all the ingredients. Ouch, that fire is hot. Hack the planet! Thanks for the redeem. How you doing, Tankard? I'm gonna snooze the ads here. Welcome in, Tanker. Hope you're doing well. There appears to be a recipe, but it's so patinated. It's illegible. Patinated? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Seems like it's been here a long time. Patinated? Patinated? I don't know. Seems the potion is finished. Glug glug glug. So you drink the potion, and then when you step on here, a strange feeling coils the fields around you. Instinctually, you close your eyes. And this part's broken. But the plan was to make it so you collect ingredients here, and then it stops looping. Gather all the ingredients first. So yeah, it's unfortunate that I broke this and then didn't fix it. I was like, oh, I've got this cool idea to make the level or the world like kind of unfold as you find the ingredients. But I just never finished it, and then I just left it how it was. So if we were to go to oh, they changed the build. Yeah. So here, this is that screen that was wrapping. But there's more to it, and then there's like a fairy that drops a key, and then you can use that key to open this door, and then from there you get inside this cave, and yeah, from the cave there's like another dimension changer or whatever, another warp. And then there's this ladder that you can't climb yet. And then there's nothing up there because I never made anything. But the water's animated. There's this weird bug. Like, I made these triggers so like the player can walk behind these pillars. But when you do it, it like causes everything to bug out. And for some reason, there's like hearts all over the place because of the tile swapping error. And I kind of want to replicate that bug, because I thought that'd be cool. There's an ad going on, so I'm gonna take a little break, drink some water, be right back. All right, we're back from that short ad break. Yeah, so that was Source Hack. Just something that I've been messing with. Should probably get back to what I was doing here. And then before long, I think I am going to start playing this redemption game, which is pretty cool. I can show you guys the trailer real quick. I was fairly impressed with the game so far. It's a roguelite, so I'm not that far. It's one of those games where it unravels slowly. Why does it say an ad starting soon? Didn't an ad just happen? Maybe it's not called Redemption. Road Redemption. That's what it's called. So yeah, once the break is done here, I don't know why there's another ad break. I don't know what happened there. Maybe I saw an ad break that didn't exist, or I don't know. It's over now. Yeah, so I set it to a maximum of 2 minutes, so like for some people it might not be over depending on their country and their ad stuff or whatever, you know how it works. But we've got 5 seconds and it'll be over for everyone for certain. So yeah, we'll do this trailer here. This, I don't know if you played Road Rash, or Road Rash 3D rather, or Road Rash 64 maybe. But yeah, I was having fun with this one, and it's on sale. It's like freaking $250 or something like that, 85% off. It was $20. The person who told me about it, Infinite Metal, they said that it was a Kickstarter backed game, but indie. So, but I guess they like got a pretty nice budget for it. But the execution seems pretty good. As far as like racing games go, it's not really that much of a racing game. It's more of a vehicular combat game than it is a racing game. But there is racing. Like you are moving from point A to point B and you're trying to get first. But it's more about killing people along the way. It's very violent. But it's been fun. I've only played like maybe 5 or 6 runs. But it's got like a meta progression. There's like a skill tree. Updated Road Rash, nice. Yeah, that's what I said. I was having fun with it. I mean, don't get me wrong, Road Rash is still cool on its own. And it's probably a little bit more kid friendly to play the older version. But yeah, this came out in 2019. It's got very positive reviews. Pixel Dash Studios. Looks like they had a publisher too. But yeah, I think this is the only game they've made. There are DLC, which I don't know. I might look at the DLC. I don't know if the DLC is on sale also, but they're not expensive DLC. It's weird that the early prototype is $5. Also, something that's weird is that the developer put his phone number, or a phone number rather, every time that you die. It says call the developer if you like the game. Like, first of all, as a developer, that would get so annoying to get all the phone calls, even if they were like positive feedback. But it does it when you die, so like that's the worst time to give someone your phone number. Gosh darn it, this truck just came out of nowhere and just killed me. Like, I would not want those phone calls. Maybe it's because I've worked at a call center before, but I don't know. It's one thing if like they take it upon their own to write a Steam review or comment on itch, or even on your social media, or join your Discord and say like, oh, this is cool. I'm all for that 100%. But like making my phone ring, like, hell no. Like, I don't want to be like, you know, having a conversation with my mom and someone call me up and be like, I hate your game. You know, you're like watching a movie, like, no, I wouldn't do that. But I don't know. Let's see what Tripwire is all about. Killing Floor, I've heard that before. I don't know what it is. Chivalry 2, I know that one. So that's a pretty big publisher then. Maneater, that one is actually pretty good. I liked Maneater. The problem with Maneater was that like it like leaves you off like in an area that's like, oh well, you get the DLC, you could play the rest of the game kind of thing. Like, but for $40 it shouldn't be like that. Of course, I got it for free on Epic, so I can't complain. But it didn't, I wasn't enticed to get the DLC. And then there's like skill tree stuff that's left like like you can't get unless you get the DLC. Like, that's not the way to do DLC. But the gameplay was fun. It was buggy, but it was fun. Yeah, I recorded a GIF of one of the bugs. It was that fun. Don't need that up there. I do have all this Pyrotoad stuff here. We put in a password system, which is pretty cool. Well, I didn't. Johnny did. But I was helping him come up with words. I'm leaking passwords. But yeah, let's get back to the art. We really didn't do that all that much today. Not a single tree in this forest. So it might be a good time to start drawing a tree. Screwed that up. There we go. Make this a little bit taller, so that way it feels like you're standing on the tree when you're on top of it. It's a brick tree right now. I don't really like that. It almost looks better without it, but maybe, I don't know. I don't want to use too many colors. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so maybe we'll just do that. That looks fine. Maybe keep it simple here. Oh, that's not what I want. That's what I, no. That's not what I want either. That's what I want. I don't know. We'll see how this looks tiled. I think that might work. Kind of looks like a tree. Could add like a knot to it to make it more interesting. Like a little knot hole. I don't know, that looks kind of bad, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, it's so difficult with the limitations of the palette. But then also the tile size. Gonna take off, have a good night. Yeah, thanks for dropping in, I really appreciate that. And you have a great night too. Enjoy your evening. That works. It kind of looks like a stick branch, a branch. Yeah, I like that. What's happening here? Oh, I didn't color it in. Oh, on the other side. That works. It looks a little funny when you zoom out, but you'll only see one end of the log at the same time, or at a time. Oops, wrong tool. Might as well match that here, right? Yeah, this song, I like how it turned out. I was watching The Last Starfighter, which is one of my favorites, and I was like, man, this soundtrack is so good. And I was like, man, I wonder how I could like let this influence my music. And then I was like, what key is that song in? And then I did. I just figured out the key and the modality, and I wrote a song in the same key and modality, and it's got that same vibe to it. And I'm like, yes. But without ripping off the song, right? Just use the same key and modality. So I'm gonna find somewhere where there's a bridge. I think this level, yep. Oh, that's not what I want. And if I run out of pallets, we can always change some of them. Or do something different with the spikes or something like that. I kind of like the idea of these trees being like dead trees or something, like they don't have any leaves. But I think like the top should have some trees with leaves. Missed a row of pixels there, or a column rather. A wild Mankey has appeared. We'll try to catch that real quick. Hey Kixie, I hope your lurk was good. If you're still lurking, that's fine. I have no problem with that. We're just making a forest finally. I added some trees. They're dead trees because it's a haunted forest, but they're trees nonetheless. It's coming along. I'm digging it. We'll put some more rocks in over there. I like the way these rocks turned out. Much better than the first attempt. I don't know exactly what I need. This. And this. Yeah, maybe we'll just grab all of those. I think it might be fun to do like stumps between logs here. Or between rocks, sorry, between logs. Yeah, and then another one for the wall. There we go. Yeah, I kind of wanted to do leaves for the ceiling, but then I started doing rocks. Yeah, I think the rocks don't look good there. It was worth a shot, but I think the leaves are gonna look better. And I was looking at the design. It wouldn't really make too much of a difference if we got rid of the ceiling, I don't think, but I would have to take a double look, or a second look in the engine. Can we make this wider? I want to read the whole thing, but I think it's this one. Yeah, because this is the one we're messing with. So yeah, here you would, yeah, you need a log there at the very least, and here and there, of course, and yeah, I guess there as well. But some of this stuff, it wouldn't make that much of a difference, I don't think, if there was some of the collisions were changed. But there's no real need to, because I could use these trees but then turn them the other way around, and that would, and like keep them this foreground color, and I think that would help to indicate that it's a wall or a ceiling. But the fact that you can't jump through it would be pretty obvious, I think. So what I could do is just grab this and just copy it and paste it and then just flip it over. That looks weird though, doesn't it? It looks normal here, but because it's the foreground, I feel like it should have more color to it. 1, 2, 3. It's only got 3 colors. What's the other color in that palette? Well, doesn't make too much of a difference if I add my own color here, because it's a different level. Maybe this color. Oh, I see what was happening before. I was reading the ad starts warning as an ad is in progress before. That's what I was confused about. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, but I got to have a double break, so what's going on with this? Why is this like this? Did I miss something there? Did. Yeah, that looks pretty cool like that. I like that. Wait, did I mess up again? How did I not select that? What happened there? It might be cool to add some variation here. You know, like little changes in the wall there. Of course, if it causes any issues, we could always change it. Oh, I did it 1 pixel too far. Go back to where you were. Looks like the ad is starting soon. Give me a break. Alright. And there's that. So we'll take a little break here. So yeah, I'm gonna extend the break here a little bit so I can take out the trash. Should only take me a minute. Thanks for your patience. Alright, I am back. IndieX, thank you for the follow. I very much appreciate that. If you're hanging out, I was watching Garden stream and saw that you were hanging out with Indiana Crones and Gardens, so figured a friend of theirs should be a friend of mine. Yeah, so I checked out your Twitch page and liked what I saw, so I gave you a follow. I appreciate the reciprocation. Oh, I'm still getting 2 bot messages for follows. That's not fun. I swear, I told Streamlabs to stop doing that, and now it's doing it again. Streamlabs just don't listen, I guess. I kind of want those to be there, like that, and then like that. Yeah. So taking out the trash is pretty uneventful. Sorry it took a second. Could stick one of these in there. Like that. Just to have some repetition. Or to break up the repetition with some more repetition. To create a pattern. How about that? Yeah, just making trees here. I do think it should kind of blend from the level before it. So it might be cool to steal some of those tiles. I don't know, maybe not, because it's very different. But also, this level doesn't use that many tiles, so I could change these tiles if I wanted. Not really sure yet. I don't know, we'll give it a shot with these tiles and see how wrong it looks. So yeah, I'm just stamping down these bricks, and then I'm gonna do the outline, and then I'm gonna fill in the gaps, just like we did on the level prior.
Are you trying to insult me?
Underscore alt 95, how are you doing? Welcome in. And no, I'm not trying to insult you. I love that scene, haggling in Life of Brian. Just got home from uni. Right on, right on. How was it? Was it enjoyable? Or were you sleeping? You were sculpting rocks. Wow. That sounds right up my alley. How does one sculpt a rock? I mean, I understand you can use a chisel with like marble and stuff, but oh, ZBrush works. So modeling. I got you. I got you. I thought you meant sculpting from rocks. I was like, that sounds really cool. Like, what, with acid? But I got you. I got you. Rocks and ZBrush. That's dope. Did you learn any cool methods and techniques, or was it all kind of by the book? Not that there's a rock book. Or maybe there is. There probably is a rock book. I haven't read it, though. Yeah, you learned some new stuff? Cool. Anything you want to share with the class? Or is it all top secret? Hey, actually, this doesn't look too bad. I was worried that it would look weird, but it looks okay. I suppose typing about sculpting might be difficult too, so if you have trouble, that's totally fine. I get it. Yeah, honestly, the last time I was tasked with making rocks, I just got an asset pack because it was quicker and easier, and then I ended up taking those rocks and just making my own rocks based off those rocks. So it was kind of counterintuitive. I mean, the asset pack had more than just rocks, but yeah. It's very much built only for 3D sculpting. Oh, ZBrush is very different from Maya and 3ds Max, I'll say. It's very much built only for 3D sculpting. Fair, honestly. Laugh out loud. So I've actually studied some ZBrush in college and prior or post college, and I'm totally displeased with the buyout. I forget the name of the new company, and their new subscription-based model that just really irks me. I was actually like this close to buying. Yeah, Maxon. I was this close to buying ZBrush like last year or something like that. And I was gonna get the perpetual license, And now it's like you can't even get that. You can't even buy a perpetual license for an old version. Like, that upsets me. I was so close to buying that. And the only reason why I didn't was because the project that I was working on was that like I was managing the team and doing development work. So when one of the team members stepped up to do the characters, I was just like, yeah, totally. You know, if that's what you want to do, like, do that. Because he was good at it. You know, I wanted to do the characters too, but I had more responsibility, and part of that was to be able to like divvy out the work. So yeah, honestly, I really like using ZBrush. I get a license to my unit. Yeah, that's dope, man. I was looking at it. It's like, I can't remember. I'm sure it's different in pounds or whatever, but I think it was like $50 a month or something like that, I want to say, for in US. I could be wrong. I was looking at it just yesterday, but I kind of forget. But yeah, I mean, it might be worth it if you're making money off of it, right? But man, I love ZBrush, to be honest. Like, compared to Max or Maya, it's like a breeze to me. But like you said, it's only for sculpting. It really isn't only for sculpting, but it makes like the other things very difficult. You can actually do a crap ton with ZBrush outside of sculpting. You can even do rigging in ZBrush, but I do not recommend it. Don't try to rig in ZBrush, but you can totally do rigging. You can do 2D animation in ZBrush. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do in ZBrush that I don't recommend doing that you can if you really stretch the tool. But yeah, mostly it's for sculpting, and it does sculpting really, really well. It's great for baking normal maps and painting on the surface, like surface painting stuff. You can even do like hard surface modeling in there. I've seen workflows for that. It seems counterintuitive because it's so easy to do organics in, but you can do hard surfaces. But honestly, I've been doing so much with Blender, and I've been learning so much about Blender that I'm partial to just like going all in on Blender, because like sculpting isn't perfect in Blender, but it's getting better, or at least it's usable. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if you've messed with Blender at all. I want to give Blender more of a go, especially with how much Blender is evolving. Yeah, and it's free. like I don't know if you've looked at any of the licenses for the Autodesk stuff, but it's not free. I think the indie tier was like $200 a year or something, like $250 a year for Max. I'm not sure what it is for Maya. Maya's so expensive. Yeah, they're both expensive, and it's ridiculous. Like, right? Because like, first of all, Max existed before Maya. Autodesk, right, owned Max, and then Autodesk decides to just buy Maya, and so like this happened when I was in college, right? And like Max was like the tool, but then Maya was like up and coming tool, and they're like, well, we need to make money off that too. Let's just buy both of them. And then they started doing like pouring the support on the Maya, and Max was just like not getting it. And then like finally they like added some features to Max, and then like they changed the pricing on stuff, and it's just like, holy cow, come on, Autodesk, you're killing me. And honestly, after college, I haven't found a single employer willing to pay for a license for Autodesk. The only potential was Apple. Of course they would afford it, but they didn't hire me, so. I got a lot of stuff through uni, so lucky. Yeah, for sure. Like, even when I was in college, I had to buy my own student license for Autodesk, for Max. Of course, it was only $75 back then, but you can't use a student license for, what do they call it? Commercial. For comparison, Maya is around 10 times more expensive than ZBrush. Yeah, I believe it. especially if you're looking at subscriptions and all that stuff. But Maya is still like the highest rated professional animation tool, I want to say, like amongst professionals. But man, and I told this to one of my current employers, is that Blender is coming up. More and more professionals are switching to just Blender. More and more workflows use just Blender. A lot of times if someone owns their own license, then yeah, you could use that too, because you know, a lot of it is interchangeable. But also, if you're like, if you have a big team and you're bringing on new people, then you probably don't want to do a mix. You probably want everyone using the same software, so that way you can teach each other. The workflows are the same. You can use a blend file from one computer to the next, to the next, to the next. If you got someone doing stuff in ZBrush, you got someone doing it in Max, you got someone in Maya, and you got someone in Blender, like that's a lot of different workflows like trying to fit together. So I totally, if someone was asking me my opinion of what they should do for their company, I would say, unless you're super rich and only hire the top-notch professionals, I would say stick with Blender, because you can do so much with it. I can't think of anything that you like. I don't know. It's weird because like I said, Maya has like that rigging thing going on with it, where it's just like the best riggers use Maya, the best animators use Maya. But the reality is that if those same people spent the time to learn Blender, they could probably do the exact same stuff in Blender. I don't think there would be any like huge significant loss. Maybe some workarounds and stuff. Also, Blender working alongside Dylan Gu will be interesting. I don't know Dylan Gu. I have to look that up real quick here. Oh, that's not what we need. Is that like a from the name, it makes me think of like some type of blob blob modeling. Dylan Gu is pretty well known. Oh, cell shading animator. I got you. Oh, is that spelled GU? Based off the animator from Rooster Teeth? Oh, or are we talking, oh, Goo Engine Toon Shader. Oh, Dylan Goo, I see it now. That's interesting. So, to me, cell shading has always been kind of a simple thing, but I could see how if someone like really spent a lot of time like working on a specific shader that covered all the bases, like I could see how that would be easier than just rolling your own. But a lot of times rolling your own is suitable, because I mean, all you really need is an outline and like 2 or 3, maybe 4 to 5 different levels of shading, and you can do a lot of that with just it's more than just cell shading. I believe it if it's expensive and you know, a shader. But you know, the thing is with Max and Maya and Blender, the materials don't cross over very well. What I mean is, like, if you're like exporting to Unity or Unreal, that kind of stuff, you pretty much still need to recreate those shaders in the engine that you're using. So a lot of the times you're better off working with either your shader library in the engine, or just creating or recreating the shaders that the art team made in the other thing, or just not using shaders in Blender at all, or just using standard shaders, and then actually spend your time on the engine shaders in the engine of choice. But I mean, different workflows for different people all the time, you know. I mean, it's all like how you do it and like what works for you. But for me, I found that it's heartbreaking when you spend a whole lot of time in like Blender or Max and that shader doesn't do anything for you outside of that thing. So if you wanted to make like an animation within the suite, then that's perfect. But if you want to take that animation and put it in a game, you're gonna need to redo the shaders most likely. And maybe there might be some way to not have to do that, or in the future maybe they might, you know, work on that. But as of right now, from what I understand, it's not ever easy to get your shaders from one platform to another. So I definitely recommend like learning shaders rather than just importing, so that way you can at least you know, make your own or whatever. Of course, it's not like an easy thing to just learn. But I'll tell you, it's come a long ways. Heck, when I started using 3ds Max, all the shaders were all in a stack. It was all just a stack. Now there's node-based editing, of course. Blender's got nodes, Maya's got nodes, they all got nodes now. Even Unreal and Unity have nodes for their shaders now. So you might as well learn how that stuff works, so that way you can, if needed, move it across, or recreate shaders across. It looks like we're having an ad soon here. I'm gonna see if I can't snooze that before it starts. Yeah, snooze the ad for a minute or two. Excuse me. The main thing is they are going to create a native NPR feature inside Blender since they are working together now. That is cool. That's cool. Yeah, it's especially for animators or people who are like doing film and feature length animations and stuff. It's awesome to have those tools there, because if you gotta hire a shader artist just to put shaders on your animation, that's kind of that's expensive, right? And it's a needless expense. Because if you just knew how to do it, then you wouldn't have to hire that person. But if there's something to just, you know, drag and drop, or you just type in some values, like that makes it so much easier for people who are just starting out or people who are trying to do things all themselves. Sorry, I'm hydrating here. My voice is getting a little dry. Excuse me. Yeah. But you know, I love shaders. I think they're so cool. And then like I remember the first time I tried to learn a shader in Unity. This was before Shader Graph and before Shader Forge. And the only way to do it was shader code. And I don't know if you've ever looked at shader code, but it is not easy to even read. And then it took me like all day just to recreate a standard shader. Like it was a learning thing. Like I wasn't trying to make the perfect standard shader or anything. I was just trying to recreate a standard shader, and it took me forever. It's not like a shader they give you, they give its more added features. They allow it to work with shaders more. I got you. It's tools and things. That makes sense. Absolutely. Anything that makes it a little easier, I think, is good. But I do really wish that you could just like, and it's gotten better. Like if you make shaders in Blender and put them on your model and then export as a FBX and import into Unity or Unreal, it does its best to create standard shaders based off of those shaders, but it's not perfect. It never is. And it even if you're doing like standard shaders, like you're gonna want to make adjustments in the engine because the lighting's gonna be a little different, and just, you know, there's gonna be minor differences. But it'd be so cool if you could like spend a whole bunch of time making like the perfect shader in Blender and then just easily have it in whatever engine you choose. But yeah, all engines are different and stuff, so it's probably never gonna happen. Or maybe it will, but I don't know. Seems more likely to me that it won't. or at least not not anytime soon. Who knows? Technology moves so freaking quick that it's really hard to guess at things like that. All it takes is someone like stepping up, doing it. There's a wild Grimer in chat. So I'm digging these trees on top. Level's looking pretty cool. We'll put some more dirt over here. This dirt doesn't have grass yet either. Kind of wanted to do that. And then since we're only using this dirt without the grass underneath the spikes, we might as well fill in these little black dots, these little gaps here. Although that honestly looks kind of ugly, so maybe with the green, yeah, that looks better. Excuse me. We'll do the same thing over here. And then we'll grab our grass dirt and throw that over here. So if we're doing rocks in ZBrush, did they have you using like, was it clay tubes or something like that as far as brushes go? I always like the clay tubes. It's like actually adding tubes of clay to a sculpture. Have you ever done actual like physical sculpture, like additive sculpture or subtractive sculpture? But in the physical realm, I mean, is clay or marble? I've never done marble, but I have some friends that have done marble. I always got into clay. I actually saved my clay from college, and I actually am planning to do a sculpture stream with actual clay. I think that'd be fun to do. Oh, I got an extra thing. We used a clay buildup rather than tubes. Oh, okay, clay buildup. Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually even looked at ZBrush, so I don't even remember all the brushes. Then we used a trimming thing to flatten edges and give more rocky feel, as well as some cutting tools to make scratches and edges like clay squares. Nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I didn't have the vocabulary for you. But yeah, that's cool, man. Good technique for sure. Where is this? Ah, this is what I want. We'll just grab one for now. Yeah, I don't really remember too many techniques. Mostly what I did in college was actually character modeling, which I love characters, but honestly it's so hard to find work as a character modeler. There's just so much competition. Like I was saying, even within that project where like I was managing it, like that person wanted the character model so bad that I just couldn't take it away from them, and they had like the motivation and the drive, and like why would I take that away from someone on my team? You know what I mean? So like even though I wanted to do it too, like sometimes, you know, when you're managing the team, you kind of have to do what's best for the project. As fun as it would have been for me to have to do those characters. But you know, I think they did a good job of the characters too. So like, you know, that's definitely part of it. For sure, if they have a strong drive, they're going to do great for sure. Yeah, Yeah, sometimes that's what it comes down to. But also, like, if someone has a strong drive and you tell them no, that can really hurt the project, especially like an indie team type thing, because like all of a sudden, like, if their motivation drops, like, someone's got to pick up that slack. And if you're the manager, that's going to be you. Either that, or you have to figure out some way to manage them into like doing the job, which they don't want to do because they want to do this other thing. Like, it's not easy to manage that. And that was my first time managing anyone, so it was like a whole team. I think there was 5 or 6 total. Actually there was 7 at first, but one of them left. Yeah, this will be rocks, I think. And then this will be skulls, more skulls. Yeah, I was actually talking about my college experience earlier, about how bitter I was afterwards because I wasn't able to get the jobs that I wanted right out of school. And it took me like a decade before I actually started like getting hired in the industry that I wanted to be in. But it wasn't all because of the school. A lot of it was just because of the economy at the time when I graduated. Things were shuttering, and yeah, especially games. So like, but also my school lied to me on like a bunch of accounts. Like, they told me that the placement rate was much higher than it was. They told me that they had partnerships with these companies that they didn't, or like if they did, it was on like a personal handshake level. Nothing that was on paper. Like, they said they had a foot in the door for me at like EA and Activision, and like both of those companies left Chicago before I even graduated. And then by the time that I graduated, the career counselor that I had for like all 3 years, she left. And just like out of nowhere, like, you got a new career counselor, and the new career counselor didn't care about the seniors, the seniors at all. She only cared about the freshmen, really, because she knew that she would have time to like figure out what jobs they wanted and like cultivate leads and that stuff, because she just knew that there wasn't enough time to help the seniors, that she just didn't at all. It sucked. But yeah, I probably could have gotten a job in animation if I went like the advertising route, because Chicago is like mostly advertising. But I was like dead set on games, and that kind of hurt me as far as my career. But my like gumption and like my stick-to-itness like caused me to figure out how to make games on my own, and how to become an indie developer, how to start my own studio, and ultimately that's what ended up landing me jobs that I get today and have gotten in the last 5-6 years. So I wouldn't have gotten there if I didn't take that route that I did. If I would have ended up working for an advertiser, I probably would have gotten burnt out, probably would have wanted to switch professions, and you know, who knows how it would have worked out. So yeah, it's just interesting how things work out. All right, so now I want spikes. Where are those spikes at? Or we could do fire. Fire might be more fun because it's in the forest, right? We'll do fire. Or in this one we could do lava. Actually, there we could too. Yeah, we'll do lava and fire. Now this one's a little bit weird because it's floating, but it's a haunted forest, so it should be fine. That's not the right level. And the other thing is that like, and I know things are different in Europe, but in the US, games developers don't get treated very well. So like a lot of these big companies like EA and Activision, they kind of just hire and fire people, and they'll do like really like unethical things where like outside of the allegations and all of the stuff that you hear about in the news, like they'll literally hire people because US has all the AAA companies. I mean, that's not entirely true. There's a lot of US European counterparts to US companies. I mean, these are international companies, really. You can get a job for a AAA studio that started in the US and not have to leave Europe these days. I can't tell you any off the top of my head, but I hear about it all the time. I mean, yeah, but I'm not in Europe. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I'm not trying to figure out exactly where you live, but yeah, in the US, what happens is they'll be like, these big studios will be like, you gotta move to San Francisco or like Sunnyvale or like Washington, where it's like super expensive to live. And then as soon as you get there, you work for a week and then they fire you or they lay you off. And like, you had to move your family across the country, buy a house that you can't afford, like all of this stuff. They will just like throw people under the bus. NZ has like one AAA. I'm not sure NZ is New Zealand. Must be New Zealand. Right on. Well, hey, New Zealand's an island, so if they got one AAA, that's actually pretty good, right? But yeah, you know, from my experience, indie's probably a better way to go, and AAA games are kind of getting shittier and shittier. It's getting rarer and more and more rare to find a good AAA game, and you're seeing more and more just shady business practices from AAA. But that's awesome. You're in New Zealand. That's so cool to have someone on the other side of the world in chat. I've got a Australian friend, Albatross Wirehead, who is an indie developer, and he hops in the chat every now and then when schedules line up. The only AAA from New Zealand I know of is Grinding Gear Games, who made POE. I'm not sure what POE is, but I'm not huge on AAA. Path of Exile. Okay, I don't know what Path of Exile. I could look it up though. I've heard of it. Action RPG. Okay. Like a what's that? What the heck is the name of that game? My brain's just not working right now. Sequel Path of Exile 2 is AAA. It's quite popular since it released to 2024. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at now. It looks like over 111,000 reviews, mostly positive recently and very positive all reviews. So yeah, it looks like it's doing good. And I'll tell you, part of the reason why is probably because this other game that I'm trying to think of and I can't remember did and I'm sure you know it too, I just can't remember the frickin' name. Fuck, I can't, for some reason it's just not coming to me. They did a mobile version of their game recently, and it's all like very pay to win, and the hell am I trying to think of? It's like the original action RPG. Alright, maybe not the first one. No, not RuneScape, before RuneScape. Man, I don't know why it's not coming to me. I never actually played the game, so that's probably part of it. But I know like my friends played the original. The second one was really popular, but it's like a retro game now. Diablo, there it is. That's what I'm thinking of. So it seems like Path of Exile is a little bit like a Diablo clone kind of thing. Well, probably with a lot more mechanics and stuff than the original. But Diablo is still making games. Or there's still Diablo games coming out, rather. But it's Blizzard, so it's like, you know, loot boxes and I don't know. I don't play the game, so maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, Diablo 2 came out in 2000. Diablo 4. Yeah. So if you look at Diablo 4's reviews compared to Path of Exile, I guess this one's mostly positive too, but not nearly as many reviews. Sorry, I'm looking things up here now. Diablo's 4 latest microtransaction controversy is a $30 portal recolor. You can get Pal World for this price. This is the Reddit post that I just read there. So yeah, greed. Diablo came out before grinding gear games existed. Exactly, yeah. Diablo is like old school now. But I mean, shares that gritty theme. Oh, okay, yeah. Totally. But yeah, the greed behind Diablo is insane, you know? I mean, we're talking about Blizzard, who like made most of their money off of World of Warcraft, which is all like very addictive, and I mean, you gotta pay for things in that game if you want to like look cool or like have a mount, right? I don't really play that game. I don't play these games. I've actually never played World of Warcraft, so I don't really know. But from what I hear, they made more off of a single, like the first mount that ever came out in the game. They made more off of that mount than all of StarCraft 2's income combined. Like from all of its lifetime of sales, they made more off of selling a horse in World of Warcraft. So like their model has changed completely since they began because of that. So it's, yeah, it's almost expected in that, which is kind of sad. But so this is looking pretty good for a foreground. I'm gonna save this for sure. I do want to do more on the background, but I might start and then come back to it, because I don't think I'm gonna finish the background tonight. And it's already almost 1 a.m. and I kind of wanted to play this game, Road Redemption, which is on sale for like $250 USD. It's 85% off. It's a Road Rash clone, like a modernized Road Rash clone. So I've been having fun with that. It's like a roguelite. So it's got like some meta progression and things of that nature. Yeah, I still think it would be cool to drop down some of these sticks. Just like a couple tiles. Because I don't think it's going to make a difference to the player. And then we can just change the the collisions after the fact. Yeah, so I don't know underscore if you've checked out GB Studio at all, but I've been having a hell of a time, or I don't. That doesn't sound right. I've been having a fun time, a very fun time, playing with it. It's super easy to learn. It's free. You can export Game Boy games on the web or as a ROM. Yeah, just been having so much fun with it. And they keep updating it like crazy, like awesome updates, way faster than expected. And it's like the developer is like a really cool person. He's very much into it. I haven't looked at GB Studio really. I didn't know it existed until I saw you using it. Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I definitely recommend it. It is a little bit different than, say, Unity or Unreal or Godot. Actually, I've never really... I've only played around with Godot. I've never really made anything with Godot. I would check it out, but I don't have time for more softwares right now. That's totally understood. You're in school. You're learning ZBrush and things like that. I mean, that's a pretty big undertaking in itself. But yeah, it really doesn't take too much to learn it either, because it's all pretty straightforward. Like these little module things, events they call them. It does take a little bit of scrolling through to figure them out. You know, they're in categories, and there's like a documentation online. It's pretty good. I wish there was a little bit more information in the documentation. Sometimes I feel like there's little things that have been left out for whatever reason. I'm using 3 3D modeling softwares right now, after all, and other things. Yeah, I totally know how that goes. You know, you gotta learn the 2D side, the 3D side, you know, and then like sculpting is like you were saying, it's kind of different than using Max or Maya. And yeah. So is that all you're studying at your school, or is there other classes too? Because like when I was in school, I had to take life drawing, anatomy, like we had to take some science credits, we had to take math, like we had to take, and this was an art school, we had to take a lot of variety. So I was like sculpting with clay, while I was doing web design, while I was doing painting, like oil painting figures, and while I was doing 3ds Max, texturing and animation. Also, I was doing like a video class, like not quite. My university is specialized quite a bit. That's cool. Yeah, mine wasn't super specialized, but it was like a studio-based school, so like everything we did was like very like the French academic style of drawing was what they prided themselves on. So they figured out a way to wedge that into every class, basically. I did do traditional art in year 1, but not anymore. Right on. Yeah, we had to do quite a bit of traditional art, but also like I was into sculpture and painting, so like yeah, we only had so many options. But also those classes really helped me. Like if I was gonna do any type of digital painting, the only reason why I'd be able to do it is because of my painting and drawing classes. I mean, I did take a digital art class or 2 or 3, but the painting class was what taught me. At the moment, it's 3D modeling, texturing, 3D animation, game theory, and technical art. That's interesting. Game theory, is that like game design then? Technical game art is just like learning game engines and setting up scenes and levels. That's awesome. See, we didn't have technical game art at all in my school. In fact, Unity wasn't known yet, and it wasn't free. And, excuse me, Unreal had just become free. I think it was Unreal 3 at the time, and it was very, very difficult to use. There was no blueprints. Like, it was all C++. Like, there was no one at my school that knew how to do that stuff. And they weren't going to hire a teacher just to do it, you know? But yeah, we did a lot of modeling, animation, texturing, shaders. Game theory is game design, as well as thinking about player psychology, monetization, what's acceptable, core mechanics, and working with a team. That stuff. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, that's awesome. So is this like a privately owned school then? It sounds like sounds expensive. Is what it sounds like. That type of school is very expensive here. But that's awesome that they're covering that much stuff. There's one school that I was living near in Phoenix, and I wasn't studying there, but I did do game jams there, and I met a lot of the students that way, and I got to talk about the curriculum and stuff. Kinda, it's owned by an Australian company. Interesting. Word. Well, yeah, make sure you get the most out of it, because that stuff can be very expensive, and I know, man, at this school that I was just talking about, the University of Advancing Technology, it was cool, and don't get me wrong, I would have had fun there too, but these kids, they were like playing Nerf guns. Like, we're doing a game jam, that's the weekend, of course, and they're playing Nerf guns. Like, shit, I didn't, don't get me wrong, I didn't have the opportunity to play Nerf gun wars when I was in school, but I had to do homework on the weekends. I was working on, I mean, not working, but doing schoolwork all weekend long, and that's what it took to get grades, you know what I mean? And I even got a D in one class, mostly just because the teacher didn't like me. But yeah, I mean, there was days where I would just stay at the school all night long. Well, not all night long, but until like the last train out kind of thing, you know what I mean? My uni is very reputable, though. We don't need to pay anywhere near what America does. That's good. That's good. Yeah, because here it's outrageous. The whole school thing is very overpriced, and the returns aren't there. And they base like their best numbers off the best students, or like the best placement, and like they try to tell everyone that that could be you, but there's always circumstances for any job or any type of placement. But yeah, American education sucks. Yeah, pretty much. From what you've seen, yeah, absolutely. It's what you make out of it. You know, the thing is that, and this goes across the board, all over. It doesn't matter where you are. You need to learn how to learn, because you're never gonna stop learning. If you're any good, you're never gonna stop learning. So learning how to learn is key. Like, it's great having a teacher that's there to kind of hold your hand or help you through, or at least look over your shoulder and say like, oh, this could be that, you know, or I see you're doing this, why don't you try doing that? And that's super helpful. You can't really it's good to have, like, if you got that, fucking hell yeah, you don't want to turn your nose up at that. But on the other hand, if you leave school and you don't have that anymore and you require that, you're gonna fail. So there's definitely like being taught how to use the internet to find the resources you need was huge for me. It was disappointing when my teachers would just say, oh, your class today is on this website, just follow that tutorial. That was disappointing. But she was there to answer questions if I had them, or to look over my shoulder and say like, why are you modeling only using booleans? And I was like, is there another way to do this? Like, you don't know how to make faces? Like, no, they didn't give me that class. Like, and then she had to teach me, you know, like, because yeah, my school made a mistake and didn't give me a modeling class when I should have taken modeling class. It was weird. I ended up, yeah, like for like the first year of like 3D modeling, because like we weren't able to do 3D modeling right into school. We had to take fundamentals and life drawing and all this other stuff. But then the next year, like everyone who was in the 3D modeling class, you either got 3D modeling or texturing and materials. Well, for some reason, I got texturing and materials twice. So I took an advanced materials class that some of the modelers didn't take because they took an advanced modeling class, but I wasn't able to take the regular modeling class because it was filled or something like that. It was pretty weird. And then I ended up having to pick up those skills just like on the fly, which, you know, it was fundamental 3D modeling, so I didn't miss anything huge, but it was weird, especially for the teacher who was like, how come you don't know how to do this? But yeah, there's an ad starting soon, and I'm gonna take a little break during the ad here to use the bathroom and get some water and stuff. So I'm gonna start that break now, even though the ad hasn't started yet, but it'll start in just a second. But I'll be right back. I really appreciate your patience. Alright, welcome back from the ad break. And yeah, I'm gonna get back to my background here. Now, like I was saying, it would be cool to do like tall grass. Not sure the best way to do it, but let's see here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pallets. Got some leftover shawarma while you were gone. Nice, nice. Yeah, I love me some shawarma. Although I have a gluten-free diet because I'm allergic to gluten, so I feel like finding gluten-free shawarma would be kind of difficult. At least in my country. It's not something you see all the time here. Yeah. There's a place I think has shawarma. Naf Naf. It's like a what's it called? What happened there? Like a Mediterranean fast food place. I've only seen this one shawarma place. You mean in New Zealand or in the US? I mean, the one I got the shawarma from, so New Zealand. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Never seen another shawarma place in New Zealand. Yeah, I've never been to New Zealand. I imagine it's really cool there. I have a friend who went to New Zealand with some other friends, and she took some really cool pictures, and they went on hikes and stuff, swam in the ocean. It looks like it would be an interesting place to explore. Yeah, I want to say this Naf Naf place has shawarma, but it's not gluten-free. But they do have gluten-free falafel and baba ganoush. Maybe they don't have shawarma. But I can't look at this, it's just making me hungry. I've got some food, but I don't want to be hungry just yet. Alright, so yeah, kind of want to make some grass. Oh, back at it, Bucket. How you doing? Welcome in. New Zealand is alright. The nature and tourism is great, but people tend to over-dramatize the country as a whole. How do you mean, over-dramatize? A lot of Americans look at New Zealand like it's utopia. Oh, yeah, we have our issues, but I'm glad I'm not in America. Oh, you're in New Zealand too, Bach Addict? Bach Addict. I keep wanting to read it like back at it, but Bach Addict. Interesting. Yeah, you know, America's got some really beautiful spots, and I'm saying this as someone who's traveled pretty much the entire country. Not the entire country. I have not been to Alaska. I've been to Hawaii. Hawaii was beautiful, but I don't think we deserve Hawaii. I think we've kind of stolen it, and we should give it back to the Hawaiians. But yeah, outside of that, the politics here suck. The people can be hit or miss. If on a good day, can be just straight up miss most days. We're ruining our nature. We're actively destroying our nature here. Like the Appalachians used to have mountaintops. We cut them all off. We said, no, you can't have mountaintops. There's money in mountaintops. So they cut them off. And then while they were doing that, they pushed it into the valley to pollute the water while they were at it. So yeah. Not that I live in Appalachia, but it was a beautiful... I mean, it still has some beauty to it, but it's just sad to see that stuff go down. And it's like across the country kind of thing, where they're just constantly figuring out ways to exploit the environment. I'd love to visit and see the views though. Yeah, I worked at Yellowstone National Park, which is our largest national park. It's 1 million acres. Very, very large countryside. It sprawls over 4 different states. I mean, not the whole state, obviously, but it's on kind of a corner of 4 states. But yeah, people from all over the world show up there every frickin' day. Well, not in the winter, but during the season. Grand Canyon's beautiful too. I hiked all the way down to the bottom and camped at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. We actually lucked out. There were cabins available at the bottom of the Grand Canyon when we went, because one of the donkey trails was wiped out from like a rock slide. So, and that was the trails that the most tourists would use. So people who had reservations for the cabins, which are like, they fill up like over a year in advance, they canceled their reservations because the donkey trails weren't open, so they had no way of getting down there because they didn't want to hike down there. So we hiked down there and had our reservations because we called and was like, this might sound crazy, but is there any chance you have open cabins? They're like, actually we do. And it was like really cool. Honestly, more interested in seeing friends I have in the US. I don't care too much of the national parks and things. Interesting. Yeah, you know, people are weird. Sometimes they're not as cool as you think they're gonna be when you meet them in person. So like, yeah, but I get that. It would be awesome to meet some of the people that I've met online, especially in Australia. Yeah, I've got a couple developer friends in Australia. That would be awesome to meet. And like, New Zealand's right over there. I mean, it would be worth it to check out New Zealand while I was there, for sure. But I would be more inclined to check out the landscapes and stuff like that. I would probably try to do some painting or something if I could. I took a trip to Italy when I was in college to do landscape painting, and that was a lot of fun. Grew up around the Kaimai mountain range, not too far from a popular waterfall location. Very beautiful up there. That does sound beautiful. I've only seen a few, maybe 10 or so waterfalls in my life that were like really, you know, big, nice waterfalls. I've seen a lot of little ones, of course, but yeah, like what Niagara Falls was pretty cool. Although I went to the Canadian side of Niagara Falls, so I don't know if that counts because I didn't see the American side. The American side's not as good though, I guess. But yeah, I went out on that Maid of the Mist, the boat that gets all wet. That was interesting. Saw some really cool waterfalls when I was working in Yellowstone. I can't remember any of their names, but we would hike out to waterfalls. Like really big waterfalls too. It's like, how does the water even get up there? But yeah, interesting stuff. So I made a new layer here. It's empty. This is gonna be like my dither layer, and probably gonna like, I don't know. I want to use a different palette, I think, but I don't know. I guess I could start with this one and maybe do like a less saturated, darker version like that. And I'll just like start with something like that, and then you could kind of do the same thing, like a darker, less saturated version of this. Yeah, less saturated, more darker. Usually you'd want to go the other way. You'd want to be more saturated as you go darker, but for like a background, I feel like you want to go the other way. it's desensitized me to a lot of beautiful nature. I get that. I lived in Canada for a while, actually. I miss it sometimes. Really? That's interesting. What part of Canada? Canada's huge. Oh, that's why you don't think New Zealand is utopia. Yeah, I mean, I guess living next to a historical national landmark or a natural landmark like that can kind of desensitize you for sure. Like, especially if you have to deal with the tourism, and it's, you know, just like anywhere else, it's probably annoying to have to deal with constant tourism. Yeah, my backyard was native New Zealand bush. That's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, that actually looks fine like that. I was thinking like maybe do some like fancy shading stuff, but this actually looks pretty cool. Although I think it needs to be changed up a bit. That might work. Yeah, I think that actually kind of works. I woke up to native birds and things. There you go. There's a little patch of bush in the middle of the city here. Oh, that is interesting. But that's super cool that like they're preserving that, you know what I mean? Also, I wonder what kind of non-native stuff you get. I guess it would be like Australian stuff maybe, or maybe like stuff from Asia or something like that. I know we get some Asian stuff here. We had real bad Asian carps, and we get Asian beetles. We get all types of, like, anything super invasive seems to come from Asia. To be fair, I also lived in Tauranga, which had Mount Manganwai. Sorry if I'm butchering the names. Which in itself is kind of a miraculous landmark. It sounds like it. I mean, any mountain is. Oh god, I've never heard a worse pronunciation yet. Sorry, it's the first time I've read that before. Manganwai. Well, Mount Manganui. Ganwai? Is it Ganwai? It is a bit special. So it deserves a special pronunciation, or mispronunciation rather. I kind of want to look it up now. I'm gonna copy paste it because I can't be trusted to try to spell that. Oh, that's the wrong keyboard. Oh wow, look at that. So it's on like a isthmus? That's really cool location for a mountain. New Zealand's pretty big, huh? Yeah, you know, I always thought it was like closer to New Guinea. I didn't realize how far south it was. It's like further south than Tasmania. Yeah, I'm not well read on oh, that's not what I want. I'm not well read on my geography, especially when it comes to that corner of the world. But I did see Peter Jackson's early films, which most people probably haven't. People don't tend to know he did B-rate horror before he did The Lord of the Rings. If you Google it, you will see what I mean. It's a dormant volcano. I popped in there, drove up it as far as the road went. I've walked up Manganui a few times with my family. That's cool. Yeah, no, I love hiking mountains and stuff like that. When I was a kid, I tried to hike this mountain called Mount Brown in Montana, and like there was literally a famous mountain hiker hiking down as we were hiking up. Hey, Infinite Metal, how you doing? Interesting you're here. I was actually thinking about playing that Road Redemption later. I was playing it last night, or this morning rather, when I finished my work. Glad you're doing good. Glad you're here. It's good to see you. And that game is a lot of fun. I was really enjoying that. I only played like 5 or 6 runs because it was like 8 in the morning. I had been up all night and I needed to sleep. But it was hard to put down. Yeah, it's a cool game. Yeah, I'm not very good at it yet, but I'm getting better, and the meta progression is definitely helping. But yeah, I think I might play some of that later. I wanted to do a little bit of the backgrounds here first. This is what we've made so far. It's gonna be a haunted forest, so maybe some spider webs or something, I don't know. You could send an MP3 of how it's pronounced. I could probably just look it up. You don't have to send an MP3. I do appreciate the thought, though. We'll see. You tell me how accurate this one is. Let me see if I can turn down the music here.
Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui? I wasn't too far off. You made it sound like, unless this guy's far off too. You have it on hand because of how often I hear people mispronounce it. And mine was the worst? Really? You're gonna make me feel that bad? You were pleasantly surprised, Infinite Mel. I think yeah, that's a good representation of that game. Like, cause you never can tell when it's like, oh, this is a really cool idea that everyone's gonna love. Now, how's the execution? But the execution is actually pretty good, pretty solid. The one thing that kind of irks me is that like when you're approaching vehicles, like, you know, speeding up to approach them, they speed up as you like get to a certain point, right? And you expect them to be like right there, like in real life, you know, like, but every time there's like this little like rubber banding thing that goes on where they like maybe they realize you're behind them, so they speed up to like match your speed a little bit. But yeah, it's like I'm still getting used to the timing of that. Like when I try to cut off someone's head, I'll be like ready to swing and cut off their head, and then they like speed up a little bit, so I miss. Where'd the music go? I mean, if it helps, it's the American debuff. I never expect an American to pronounce anything in Tereo, right? Yeah, the game actually adjusts speed when you approach someone so that you are next to them longer. Yeah, I feel like that takes some getting used to. Like, I get why they did it, which is one of those features to emphasize combat. Totally, I get why they did it, but like my brain doesn't want that to happen, you know? Oh snap! The Indie Maniac, thank you for the raid. Very much appreciate that. I was lurking and didn't realize it until just a second ago, and and I saw that you were playing that same game that I was watching you play the other night. But yeah, welcome in, everyone, in the infamous bug. Good to see you here. General Dirk, how you doing? Welcome in. You know what, Rick? Are you gonna fart? You gonna fart some more? Kixie, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, I appreciate all the support here, everyone. We were just talking about this mountain called
Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui.
Yeah. So Mount Maunganui is a pretty cool place in New Zealand, apparently. Let's pull up some pictures here while we're at it. Mount Maunganui. It's a dormant volcano on an isthmus. Look at this. Look at this picture. Is that crazy or what? What are you working on here? We're making level art for Pyrotoad. I can show you that real quick. But yeah, we were mid conversation about some New Zealand landmarks. Got a couple New Zealanders in chat. But this is what we've been working on. I'm working on the background tiles now. But we got the foreground in. This is kind of from the last level, which is this level. So we're kind of blending them in with these first few tiles, and then we've got some dirt that I used in the first level over here somewhere. And then we've got trees and some sticks, some logs, and some rocks and lava and fire and these little one-way things. The guy isn't pronouncing it right either? Oh no. Oh no. Well, that's not good. We need to figure out the correct pronunciation. Or maybe you just need to send... Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for gifting Infinite Metal a sub, Indy. Very much appreciate that. That's freaking awesome of you. Thank you for the follow, General Dirk. Very much appreciate that as well. Yeah, for some reason, I've got two bots telling me about following. Sorry about that. I told it to stop, but it's still doing it. Let's bring this back up here. Let's see what this person says. Oh, this one's got a +1 rating, while the other ones have like -10 ratings. So let's see what this one sounds like.
Mount Maunganui.
That's the same as they said. Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui.
Mount Maunganui. Bot Wars. Yeah, pretty much. I swear it's Stream Elements. But I told them to stop.
Jeez! Can anyone take care of it?
Can anyone take care of it? I love it. Perfect. Nah, it's almost there. Mount Maunganui. 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 What if you just mumble while you do it? Maunganui. I'm gonna try to fix this Streamlabs thing because it's gonna bother me if someone comes in and follows. Chatbot, chat commands. No, custom commands. I don't even know where it is. Announcements, chat alerts, followers, display custom message to users on a follow event. Yeah, it's turned off. Why is it still doing it? What if I just delete the message and then turn it on? Well, then it's still gonna do something, isn't it? Well, I tried. I don't know what to tell you. Can someone else take care of it? We got ad break coming up. I'm gonna snooze it though, so no ad break. Oh, Infinite Metal's got the awesome emotes now. Awesome, because I made it. Making sure I'm not missing anything in chat here. New Zealand seems like a cool place. And then Indie Maniac says, you seem like a cool place. I'll show you a cool place. Underscore says, what does that even mean?
Who's
You're about
my
to
daddy?
find out.
What does he do?
Who's my daddy? What does he do? That's a good one. Thank you for the redeems. Isn't the Mon part like Mound? Monagui? Now I'm already forgetting. Kinda? The AU is like AU blended in one syllable. So is it a Maori word? I'm probably not even saying Maori correctly. Maori? Maori? Going to sleep. Thank you for the stream. Good night. Yeah, thank you for hanging out earlier and for coming in with the raid. Have a great night. Hope you sleep well. Oh god. It is Maori, but I'm mispronouncing Maori. Luckily, I also have an MP3 of Maori. I'm laughing my ass off. Yeah, I'm sorry. I never claimed to be good at pronouncing. Yup. Luckily, my job doesn't rely on it. But yeah, I'm sure we could more easily found a pronunciation of Maori, however you say it.
Maori.
Maori. Wow, I've never heard it pronounced that way.
Maori.
Is that correct?
Maori.
Can you hear that?
Maori.
When we're designing
Oh, this is a freaking ad. Don't give me a freaking ad.
Alright, Stefano, it's Grant. We're going back
Is
again
it-
with another quick language lesson for you.
I don't need a 1-2 minute video to tell me how to pronounce one word. Maori. Or is it Maori? Maori? Kind of like moldy. Mori? A lot of the Google Translate pronunciations are like how people who are super white pronounce it. You don't think you need a 2-minute video, but really you don't. You want to find the old Maury guy, that's gonna be the right pronunciation. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna find that video. It's common for New Zealanders to pronounce te reo wrong as well. It's close. Well, I appreciate your attempt to teach me, but don't get too disheartened when I don't learn. Maori. Te reo means the language, incidentally. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna say Maori. Me trying to say words. Hasudio Hasai Studio Hasai. Just use my go-to method. Maori Gunagra Swampu Fork. It doesn't mean too much. I feel like we had a interesting learning class language learning speech class here today. Was not expecting to go into this learning how to pronounce Maori. I might have to go back in and change this because it's a little bit repetitive. But at this point, I just want to put some pixels down. But Indy, how was the rest of that game? Did you finish it? What was it? He and me and she and we or something like that. He and me and she go wee wee. I sent through a couple MP3s on Discord regardless. If you want to know, pronouncing Maori word is so common that people don't even correct you in New Zealand. Yeah, you know, it's like that here too in the States, because the States is kind of big, so like there's very common dialect differences and mispronunciations. But let's hear what you sent. So first we'll start with Maori.
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 Maori. So it is kind of like moldy.
Maori.
Maori. Do you roll the R, or is it just like a D sound?
Maori.
And then the other one? Yeah, you roll the R.
Manganui.
Manganui. I was close on that.
Manganui.
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 Manganui. Maori.
Maori. I'm not great at rolling my R's. I was better at it when I was younger, but the more I spent speaking American, I just kind of like gave up. Even though I lived in Arizona, where like there's like Mexican or Spanish words on like the signs and stuff like that, and like the plants and all that stuff, like it's a burrow. The NG is a bit softer, but yeah.
Manganui.
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 Manganui. Manganui.
Manganui. Sounds, yeah, it sounds like food or something. It sounds like it should be a dish.
Maori.
Maori. A Maori.
Maori. Maori. Maori. Maori. Manganui. Maori. Manganui.
Maori Manganui. We got one ending, and then we went down another path, but apparently I'm missing all the messed up stuff and finding the wholesome. You're just too wholesome for the game. Yeah, honestly, I mean, not that your stream was boring, but I was getting a little bored with the game content last time I was watching it. Not gonna lie. I mean, like I said, it wasn't your stream. The stream made it enjoyable and entertaining at the very least. But yeah, like the gameplay, I was just like, when is this gonna get good? So I don't know, maybe next time, I don't know. I'm waiting for Doki Doki level stuff. Yeah, honestly, I missed your part of this Doki Doki stream. So, and I only like I skipped to the good parts when I was watching the playthroughs because I didn't want to sit there and watch hours of people reading. But it's better when you're invested in the streamer. I feel like it got silent in there. It's better when you're invested in the streamer and you can you already like have a vibe of their emotions and that kind of stuff beforehand. But if you're just like, oh, random YouTuber playing a game that I heard was interesting, because like this was like years ago now, but when that game kind of first came out, it was like a thing. It was like an internet meme kind of thing to like trick your favorite streamers into playing this game that seems like it's gonna do something and then does something completely different. But also like it would be hard to get people to play that game if they knew or if they didn't know that it was gonna get weird, because like who actually wants to play like a dating sim for like I don't know, like sexual encounters with high school chicks? Like that just seems a little bit weird. Maybe it's because I'm old, but you know. Next is Tamatowa Kanaganisia Damatila. I actually saw a sign of that on a short, one of those shorts. Honestly, slightly scared of the Doki Doki level stuff. It doesn't help that the game keeps leading Indy and the rest of us on. It's a town. Yeah, no, there was a TikTok, I think, or something, you know, one of those reels or whatever, where this woman was like showing the sign on her phone, but it was like up close, so like it was like never ending sign. It felt like seeing it from a distance, you'd be like, oh wow, that's a weird word, but when you're like trying to read it syllable for syllable and it just keeps going, it's like, oh geez. People had to make a song out of it to get the pronunciation right. Yeah, I bet. How do they end up with a name like that? It's the Modi. Talk about a fascinating culture though, right? With like the face tattoos and the dances. I love the dancing style. Oh, we got an ad in progress. We'll take a little break for the non-ad people, or for the ad people. I don't know which one's what. The non-ad people. We'll take a little break though.
Do a barrel roll.
Alright, welcome back from that tiny ad break. I think I found the song, or at least how to pronounce. We'll see what this video says.
When I do my workshops with teachers, I always make sure that they get the opportunity to see that whereas they came with probably not a lot of pronunciation confidence, they can leave with being able to pronounce the longest place name in New Zealand. So this place is in central Hawke's Bay and there are several versions of it. As far as I know, this is the longest one, and it's really a little bit of a trick because it's a place name which is, you would say, probably more of a sentence than a word. But
do a barrel roll. Thanks for Redeem, by the way, and for the follow, or the check-in, sorry. Hey, Starzak's here. How you doing, Starzak?
Waipukuro in the Hawke's Bay.
We're learning today.
We know that this sound is O, so we can go tau, ma, ta, taumata, taumata.
She's just crossing out letters, making it easy for us.
Fa, ka, ta,
Oh no, she's
ngi.
dividing the syllables.
Taumata, fa, ka, ta, ngi. So just remember.
It sounds like she just swore at us.
Ha, nga, ko, au, au, o.
I'm already lost. See?
Hanga, ko, au, au, o. Tamatea, turi,
This is a trip.
ka, piki, maunga. Taumata, whakatangi, hanga, ko au au o tamatea, turi puka ka piki maunga, ho ro nuku po kai whenua ki ta na ta hu. You'll see that there are lots of the letter A in here, and that's very typical of all of our place names. Many of them have more letter A's than any other thing. So there you go, you'll be able to practice that. Just remember the letter A is A. The letter...
You gonna do the whole thing?
Where's an E? Here we are.
Do it fast,
is
lady.
E. The letter I is E. The letter O is...
This is that chiptune radio.
In this case, O, and the letter U is U. A, E, O, U. And if you can remember to do the letter T correctly, it's ta, 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 te, tu, ta, ta. Cool. Do you want to have one last practice together?
Yeah.
Taumata whakatangi hanga ko au au o tamatea turi puka ka piki maunga horo nuku po kai whenua ki tana tahu.
Okay, that's enough learning for today. I think that's the most I've learned in months. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. So Sarzak, if you're just joining us, this is what I've been working on. Let's get some music going here. And we should give Sarzak a shout. He's always so good with giving everyone else a shout out. So I shall do that for you. Yeah, I was watching Sarzak play Donkey Kong Country earlier, one of my favorite games. Should definitely go follow him if you're into retro games. That's kind of his thing. Lots of like Phantasy Star Online and some other things. Yeah, it's always fun to drop in and check out what Sarzak's doing. But yeah, we should have given Indy a shout out when he rated automatically, I believe. Did that go through, Indy? It should have. Yeah, okay, that one went through. Good. Yeah, and it had the name of that game that I'll never remember. You and Me and Her, A Love Story. Yeah, but this is what we've been working on. It's a pixel art for Game Boy. This is GB Studio here. And here's the last iteration of the level, because I was just showing a viewer how it gets imported here. We can turn off the collisions there, and you can see that. Indie Maniac says fart, in case you guys didn't see the plume. He's here just to fart, and that's okay. We're all right with that. And checking in, awesome. Thank you for checking in. But yeah, this is what we've been working on. Oh.
Hey, where'd you get a gun?
From my teacher.
From my teacher. Got the Meatwad. I love Meatwad. Meatwad's hilarious. What am I clicking on here? This one. Yeah. So I put some grass in. Yep. I don't know. I'm kind of like, as much as I want to keep working on this, I kind of want to play some games. It's already like 2 in the morning, so I think we're gonna switch gears here. So let's see here. It should just already be loaded. Cool. Play in standard mode, play in remote play, play in DirectX 9 compatibility mode. We'll play standard. We'll see how that works. I do need to plug in my controller here, so do that, because I'm not about to try to play with the keyboard and mouse, especially after playing on Steam Deck.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one, and if you think I got that from Star Trek, you are very wrong, mister.
Love it. Alright, so we got the controller, we got the game loaded. What else? We need to change the channel thing. Was it Road Redemption? There it is. And we'll kill the music. Where did the music go? Alright. How are we on background audio? Does that sound good for everyone? Oh, that's not the game anymore. Free copy of Defy Gravity. Interesting. So let's start at level 1 again. I was having a lot of fun with this earlier, but I'm not great at it. Also, it would be cool to play online. I feel like that would be fun, or even to play with some friends. This guy's got a better weapon, I feel like. There's less choices, but it's kind of better to not have choices, and you can pick up a blade pretty easily, I feel like. And the skip button, oh, it did skip that time. For some reason, it wasn't skipping on Steam Deck. Randomizing track layout, enemies, weapons, and vehicles. Take out the high-ranking Reapers. Don't want them catching the assassin before you. Don't let the targets escape. So yeah, I've been having trouble with the objectives and just not reading them and clicking through. So I'm trying to read them so I don't look stupid.
Get ready.
Right.
You're entering Reaper territory.
Oh wow, this is
Take down
not loading great.
Between you and that building.
Oh whoa, is there a way I can adjust that? Because it worked great on my Steam Deck. We got VSync off. Let's put that down to fastest. Yeah, I guess we want the rearview mirror. We can't go without that. But I can go without textures and stuff. Thanks for the redeem, powdered toast, man. And then what? That button? No. B, back. B, resume. There we go. Alright, that's much smoother. It doesn't look as pretty, but that's okay. Yeah, it's about time for a new laptop here. I was actually thinking about getting a tower. Like, laptops are fun and nice to have, but I feel like a tower would be like much better for upgrading.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're a fucking artist. The road's
I
your canvas and
killed the
you
guy.
paint it with blood.
I didn't know what I did there, but I did it. Alright, so now we buy things. You can't afford the angel dust, which is funny, because angel dust is PCP. But we'll go with the health gain, because health gets really hard to get later. Oh, I forgot to read the mission again.
Trying to poach your bounty. Show them why that's a bad idea.
I don't know if I can kill that without bombs. Hold left trigger to turn sharply. Oh, yeah, I already know that. Hey, hey, boom, hey. I'm not killing anyone. Get out of here, car. They're taking a shortcut. Oh, snap. Get out of here. I tend to accidentally boost. I'm about to die? No. It's still slowing down, even with all those textures and shit turned off. That's unfortunate. There is a way that I can stream my Steam Deck onto my computer, but it's only 720.
When I lose, you still fight like a bitch.
Oh, and the car gets me. I don't have a whole lot of life here. Ah, the car. Oh no. That's the finish line.
You drive like a reaper, but you'll die
I completed
like
the
a
objective. I don't know what it was,
are.
but I completed it. Let's see. Crit damage, steroids. Should probably get the health, huh? Can we afford that? How much money? I've only got 600 bucks. I can't afford anything.
I'll send a few of our boys to help you out. Try not to kill them.
And that's slow down. Maybe if I turn off the rear view mirror, because I'm not even really looking at it. Apply. Ah, it's still slowing down. That's really disappointing that my computer can't even handle this. Hey.
Send these reapers back to hell.
He blew me up. He got close to me and blew me up. Man, it's so slow. It's like not even playable. Get out of there.
Damn, that was brutal.
You're gonna pay. Think you're tougher? Wait till you're in my sights.
Too far from track. Can't even see the track. over the phone line. Get back up there. At least I got my life back. Oh. Money. Or not. Yeah, so you like kill guys to get boosts and money and health. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's fun. A to deflect. Ow.
The Reapers aren't used to loot, but they better start learning.
There's a wild rookity in chat. Perfect timing. Assuming that I'm not late. Oh shit, that's not PokeCatch. I'm late. I'm not gonna make it. I missed it. Screw that. Alright, what is next? Gain XP? That might be the smart thing to do, but I also need health. We'll go with the XP. I'll save my money, just in case I survive.
The more high-ranking Reapers you take down, the better our odds of securing the bounty.
I gotta learn how to block. I blocked. I did it. Oh. I'm about to die. Probably gonna get hit by a car. Oh.
Kid. Hey, kid. You still with me?
See, it's so weird that it's got Ian Fish's phone number on there. And then it's even weirder that it's like, oh, you died? Let the developer know that you like the game. Oh shit, all of my progress from my Steam Deck is not on here. Does it not have cloud saves? Well, no wonder why I'm doing so poorly. I hope it doesn't overwrite my Steam Deck. Oh wait, that's not the character I even want. Gosh darn it. No going back now. I need to hydrate for a second more.
You're racing through the heart of Reaper territory, but it's the fastest way to the bounty. Good luck. Haha, that was brutal.
Just drive right through the sign. It's cool. Ow! Walked right into that one. Oh. Boom. No survivors. Everyone must die. Oh, all the cones must die too.
Nicely done. That bounty's so close I can taste it.
I didn't do so bad that time. Or we got ad break coming up in 2 minutes. Well, what are you gonna do?
Assassin's about 100 clicks out. Push through Reaper territory and get after it.
There I am hitting the boost button on X. It's like if you double tap the gas, it goes in the boost. Oh. I survived, but he did not. Oh. It's slowing down again. I don't know if it's just this level or what. Streaming the assets, probably. Alright, stop killing me. Uh-oh.
Damn fine driving. You're gaining ground on the assassins.
Gaining ground on the assassins. We'll go with the health. I'm gonna save my money. It's pretty easy to get nitro. You just gotta kill guys.
You've got some high-ranking Reapers in your area. Take them down before they get away.
Oh, oh. It's slowing down. Oh, that was weird. Dropped frames there.
So fucking dead, Jackal! Do that one more time. I swear to God!
I'm all out of bombs. Oh, dude, I just fucking phased through that freaking car. Oh shit. That was a close call.
Nice takedown. You make the Jackals proud.
That was another close call. Give me the bombs. Dude's got a freaking sword. Oh. Ah, going for the health that got hit by the car. That's always fun. Ah. Damn it, he blew me up, but he didn't blow up the car. Target escaped. That's not what I want.
Fuck. Taking out those lieutenants would have crippled the Reaper's leadership. Don't let him get away next time.
Negative 25% max health. That's pretty damning. Alright, what do we want? We probably want the health.
That pile of trash you're riding isn't fit for my bottom bits!
Keep smashing heads. The less Reapers to worry about, the better.
Oof. I always forget to look for oncoming traffic. I feel so comfortable in the left lane though for some reason. Ow. Yeah, that lag is fucking terrible. Hey! They're beating up on me. Get out of here.
I know these Reapers are tough, but they're also dumb. Use that to your advantage next time.
I'm losing health for winning. I guess I didn't win. I don't know. I forgot to read the objective. I think that's part of my problem here. I can't afford anything good. Finish 3rd place or better. That's the objective here. All right.
Heads up. We got some Jackal
Well, I'm not
reinforcements
gonna
heading your way.
worry about these
Keep an eye out
freaking
for 'em.
losers in back. Ah.
There, kid. Come in.
Yeah, this
You
game's
copy?
hard. I got to level 5 though, that's not bad. Is that what that said? Level 5?
Shit. Looks like you're riding into the Reapers territory. These guys make Genghis Khan look like a vegan, so watch your back.
Hey. That guy just took like half my life. This is the first level and he took half my life. First guy on the first level. Oh gosh, I'm doing terrible this run. Drive through a cactus, no, it doesn't hurt. Yeah, I'm tempted to just like play on Steam Deck and stream it to my computer. This is like so choppy. You can't tell when it's gonna go fast or when it's gonna go slow.
Great takedown.
I need that help is what I need. Oh. What the hell happened there?
Fuck yeah. Nice takedown. Yeah, that'll show 'em.
Yeah, it's so laggy. I think after this run, I'm gonna try to switch to Steam Deck.
great work. Keep it up and that bounty's ours.
I shouldn't be wasting my nitro at the end because it retains.
Hope you've enjoyed your time on my turf. You won't be leaving alive.
Ow. Ow. Got one.
Nicely done.
Oh, that's car. Ow. A twofer. That's one way to do it. Gosh darn it. Oh, close call. Look at that. The lag. The lag is real.
I'm gonna keep you alive in our dungeon 1 week for every Reaper you've killed.
Oh, I just paid for something. Oh, I guess that's what I wanted anyways. Although some health would have been
Put in a
nice.
call to some of our allies in the area. Keep your eyes open. They're here to help.
Does it tell you the mission? Oh yeah, finish 3rd or better. Resume. The lag is crazy. Don't make me grab you. Alright, grabbing doesn't seem to work very well. Hey, how did you know I was gonna be there? Oh, it's the lag. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna switch to Steam Deck. I don't know how long it's gonna take to figure out, but it should only take a minute. Guess once you're on controller, you can't switch back. Done. Back. Exit. It shouldn't take too long to figure out, but I'm gonna put up the BRB screen while I do it. Throw on some tunage for you. But yeah, so I'm still here. One of my clients was reaching out to me about some of the work I did, so I wanted to get an answer in quickly. But also I'm trying to figure out this this streaming software. I can't remember where I saved it to on my Steam Deck, so that's kind of a thing. Also, I'm not really good at using the Steam Deck yet in like the mode, the desktop mode. I know I downloaded something. Where the hell did I put it? Oh, maybe in downloads? Yeah, I didn't save it on the desktop. That would have made this whole thing a lot easier. Okay, I found it. I had to do a search for it. I'm trying to remember how to do this now. Oh, it's working already. Well, that's cool. All right. Now how do I change this, the monitor that it's on? Hey. I think I might have missed a step here. Now I don't know how to fix what I did. This is confusing to do. Oh, here it is. Alright, I'm going to end the task for that and try it again because it was on the wrong monitor. It wasn't going to stream that way. Oh, my client's getting back to me. Give me 1 second to answer. Okay, I think I might have figured it out. I think I have to put it in like windowed mode. Oh, but now I can't get the window to make it bigger. Alright, there we go. And I think this will work. Go to, let's switch to this, and so yeah, the resolution isn't as good, but yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. View, big picture mode. I'm logged in on another computer. Didn't I stop? Oh, it's because of streaming avatars. It won't let me do streaming avatars. Sorry, guys. But at least I'll be able to play the game. I don't know, it looks like I might have to do some work for my client too, though. Kinda sucks, because I was hoping to not have to do anything. Well, I'll at least get a game or two in. Went through all that work to set it up.
You're racing through the heart of Reaper territory, but it's the fastest way to the bounty. Good luck. That'll be a closed cast.
Oh.
show him. Yeah, that'll show him. Nicely done. That bounty's so close I can taste
Well, that was quick. Sorry, just responding to my client here.
You've got some high-ranking Reapers in your area. Take them down before they get away.
Sorry, I just checking the response again, but it's a quick one. Oh, there's a car there. Can't hit the cars. Oh. Oops. Some weird materials going on the floor of that canyon. Or valley, or whatever that was. Get out of here. Another frickin' car. No! I was so close too.
You better make the god of little bitches my men that it cut you down! I've got my top guys in the area tackle. They're gonna make you sorry you stepped on our turf. Damn it! is a sad memory!
Oh, I left my music on. Window key, music. Back to this. B resume. Oh, I'm out on the road. Oh, there's a rock there.
Attack your allies. They're here to help.
Well, he shouldn't have been in the way.
Nice takedown. You make the jackals proud. Great job. The Reapers will be hurting for a while after these losses. Here won't
yeah, I think this might be my last run
whatever it takes to make
for the
it out
evening.
In one piece.
There's some cool people to raid too. Oh, I still have bombs. Oh, one way to do it. No bombs anymore. Oh, there's a cop there. Wait, are they aiming for me? I think they are. I like how the cops can hit each other.
Great work. Keep it up and that bounty's ours. I've got word the assassin's already out of Reaper territory. You have to hurry.
Oh, phase through the car.
Hey, pay attention. That guy's one of ours.
Well, he shouldn't look like everyone else. Waste of ammo. What's with all these cars? Like dropping out of the sky here. Look at that, another car just dropping out of the sky. There's a building there. In the air. So is this like a time mission? Beat the clock. Okay. This is chaotic as fuck. Oh, there's a piece of metal there. So much for a shortcut. There's a freaking car there. He was in the way. Talk about a close call. Holy shit. Jeez, right at the end. Come on, what are you doing?
Damn fine driving. You're gaining ground on the assassin.
I think this is the furthest I've gone. Sorry if the audio is cutting out a little bit. That's probably because it's streaming to my computer. The game seems to be streaming fine though. So I'm streaming my Steam Deck to my computer and then streaming my computer to the internet. A little bit weird, but it seems to work. Alright. These guys, was that like a boss? Because he's kicking my butt. Oh, that was close.
You little piece of shit! You'll pay for that!
Uh-oh.
We fucked him up!
Yup, that happened. Alright, well that was fun. I'd like to keep going, but it looks like I have more work to do. So I'm gonna have to do that. See, all of my stuff is unlocked here because crash damage resistance. That might help me a lot. For some reason it's not no cloud saves on it. I don't know what engine they use to do this, but cloud saves are pretty easy to do usually. But yeah, that was fun. Let's figure this stuff out here. Oh, that was easy. And yeah, I can turn off the power on my Steam Deck before I forget. Alright, I'll throw some music back on while I look for someone to raid. So yeah, I want to thank all the lurkers and everyone that hung out in the stream. Thank Indy for the raid, definitely appreciate that. So there's a 3D modeler on right now, which would be probably beneficial for some of the 3D modeling folk in the stream. So, and looks like they've only been up for a little bit. So yeah, well, he's gonna want art text. I don't really have that yet, and it's not done yet. We could do a quick export though. Alright, yeah, so we'll raid Pantheon 3D, and should be a fun stream. But yeah, thanks to everyone. Oh yeah, there's like raid message stuff, isn't there? I don't know if I'm gonna have time. So very quickly, you can copy and paste your raid message. The top is for subs, bottom is for non-subs. And see you there. Did that not work? Gotta get my volume up. One of these.